podcast begins.
Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Lusha the Panic Burb, and joining me tonight is the Cozy Tato D&D crew, once again for the Prelude to the Monarchs Madness Part 2.
Hello.
Hopefully slightly less than 6 hours long.
Hopefully.
It was 5.5.
Alright, so hopefully less than 5 hours long.
I exaggerate time.
Yep.
Don't at me.
So, joining me tonight, we have Danger Bongos.
Hello.
The Queen herself, Kenda.
I will murder all of you.
Oh no.
The world's best Namazu Octave.
Hello?
The greatest turtle lover of all time, Kojin.
Babushki.
Somewhere between bottom and top tank, Sherm.
All right, improvement.
World's deadliest white mage, Lindsay Lou.
Hello, and Sherm is bottom to me no matter what he thinks.
And coming into Flex partway through, we have my buddy and constant thorn in my Elden Ring side, Lord of Contagion.
Yes, I will continue to stab you and be that thorn in your side.
We'll be calling him Contagion for short because Lord of Contagion is a mouthful.
Absolutely.
Sherm would be into that.
You caught me flat-footed there. I was not ready for this. I don't think Sherm was ready for this either.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yes!
Alright. When we last left off, because this is on YouTube, we'll play nice. You guys have put down a monster who was tragically in depths of pain and lost out of control. There was some very close calls and some definitely edge on the seat play going on, but the dice always have a story to tell, and that was what happened last night. Is what happened. We started with at the city of Sesrin, where our beloved team of Biggie Smalls was sent out to go to a nearby fort to try to collect the crystal bell from the guards, the guards of Sesrin, in order to gain access to the castle. Upon dealing with some packs of Wolven, they have more or less safely reached the castle. And during that time, they faced off. They found out
the castle.
Yeah, that fort. You reached the fort. Upon entering the fort, you guys came across an odd area where the spiders that had taken over the fort seemed to be avoiding. Upon getting into the basement, you found one quite partially living Lady Olean trying to hold back the chain that seemed to have broken loose on a large 3-headed dog with 18 eyes. While 6 of the eyes remained on place on one of each of the heads, the other 12 eyes floated about, keeping eyes on everybody in the party and never once letting them out of sight. It was a rough and grueling battle that turned quite tragic towards the midpoint, ending in what can only be described as a mercy killing from Lady Olean, who was desperately trying to prevent the death in the first place. We basically left off with Cerberus quietly saying, I will reiterate that to pick up exactly where that left off. So we have, let me pull up some things. We had...
You have to scroll up again?
Yes, Cassidy and I have lots of conversations during the day, so I have to scroll back up.
Copy-pasted that shit!
She did! I have to scroll up in that same chat.
Oh jeez.
Alright, hold on.
Imagine talking to the people we care about.
Yeah.
Damn.
So his response, as he was slowly fading away, was, "Mother, you didn't forget about me. Now I am freed." And then the last of his strength ebbs as he disappears in kind of like a break, like if you've ever played Dark Souls, it's that kind of thing where when you kill an enemy, it slowly like breaks down into ash and kind of fades into nothingness, leaving behind 3 glowing crystal-like objects. These are not specifically the crystal bell that you are looking for. This is just 3 crystalline objects that are floating around Lady O's head. Lady Ullian is staring at the blood on her hammer. She has not responded to any sort of feedback since Cerberus let out his last breath. I believe, Falry, you wished to heal yourself, so while everyone's digesting that, you are absolutely free to use what remaining healing you have on yourself.
Yeah, it's only yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So here's my question. I remember the ability, Divine Sense.
Mhm.
Here. I want to use. Wait, yeah, I clicked the right thing. Divine Sense. If I during your next turn, you know location. Oh, I wanted to see if she is undead. I wanted to use to see guarantee to myself, is she undead? I wanted to use Divine Sense.
The presence of a strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and a powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. In action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hollow spell. Alright? And you can do this a number of days equal to your 1 plus your charisma modifier. Gotcha.
So I'm going to use one of my things. See.
Yep.
I do want to clarify for chat that because we are leaving off exactly, like we are starting exactly where we were last night, our characters have not received a long rest.
There has been no rest between last night and tonight. The players are just as hurt as they were before. There has been no change. I have not been benevolent and given them like a long rest as some DMs might, because this is mid-story. There is a potential for a long rest coming up soon, but it is not currently at this moment. I am going to. I am not going to be secretive about this. I'm not going to tell you. Actually, no, I am. I'm going to specifically send you, Kenda, what you sense.
Okay.
Based off of what was sent in the chat.
Okay.
Hermes, go. Still trying to order food.
I imagine amidst all of this, battle's over. I imagine Scrag would probably be out of rage now by this point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I assume once the fiend passes away, he kind of just calms out of it.
He did drag Valerie away, so.
Yeah.
Scrag's gonna take a look at just kind of all the carnage that's happened around him, and then glance backwards towards Naz and Lady O, and realizing there's nothing here anymore. Things look severely different now than before he entered rage, so he's not sure exactly what all has transpired amidst his rage state, but he realizes that the mood has changed a bit.
It has definitely gone from, oh god, we're under attack, to, why is everybody sad? We killed the monster.
Okay.
I'm going to make a note of that in my notes as well.
Yeah,
just so that I keep a track of it.
He's going to look around confused, just like...
Greg, we didn't kill the monster. We are the monster.
Don't say that to him.
Yeah.
Scrag, buddy, do me a favor.
Huh?
Like that's Naz getting his attention.
Yeah.
Do you mind taking a look around the room, see if you can find that bell we're looking for?
Oh, no, yes. Reason why we came.
Just to give him something to do to keep his mind off of everything right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Redirect focus. He'll have his opportunity to get all of his questions out, of course.
Absolutely, 100%.
Mhm.
Yep. So, you can give
He'll give
me.
a little salute, and he just kind of like he just fucks off.
There is tons of books, and by the way, all those books and shelves, they are there, and they do have stuff, though it might be hard to read. So this room is as busy as it looks, though I will say the stairwell in the center, I think, is just not there. I didn't have a chance to remove it because this is an old map I reused, but yeah.
Is the door still frozen, by the way?
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely still 100% frozen.
We're gonna have to deal with that. We'll deal with that in a bit.
Yeah. It will be dealt with.
Today.
Yeah.
Listen, I can handle a frozen door, but
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
We'll deal with that in a bit. Yeah,
Thrym
Naz
is just going to
playing
go.
over.
Thrym's going to go stand next to Lady O and put a hand on her shoulder.
Big hand for a
Big
tiny
hand.
shoulder.
He has to actually kind of like do a full body bend down to like do this. He like walks over. He puts his hand on her shoulder. His hand is like
It's like
the size of her
forearm.
torso. As he reaches down, he puts the hand on her shoulder. She looks up to you, Thrym. Her eyes are, well, they were already kind of dead, but like there's a hollowness there that you almost instinctively recoil from. You can't quite. I'm actually just going to clear the turner for right now.
Yeah, might as well.
And then
You
just
look at the
minimize it for a
bitch.
bit.
Not yet.
No, that'll be a whole different thing. There's a hollowness there. That part of you recoils because this is the kind of despair that honestly sends people to become like on the road to becoming a faceless and abomination. Though she shows no other outward exhibition of those issues. But what throws you off more is the feeling that she is feeling feelings, and you in your life you have dealt with many things. Undead has been one of them, an unfortunate, disgusting, abhorrent thing to you. And yet everything about what you see in her turns that on its head. Part of you wonders if you're seeing what you want to see. Part of you is wondering what the fuck happened to her to make her be able to be like this. Like, you've never heard of an undead in your entire previous life, like previous centuries of life, heard of something like this.
Mhm.
Having lived long enough to have been in the previous Age of Fire, nothing has equated to like what is going on right here with what you see with Lady O as she stares into you. She has the streaks of whatever she is crying has stopped. It doesn't look like monster blood. It doesn't have the same viscosity of it. It's a bit thicker, but they're definitely just these black tracks running down her face of some sort of goo-like substance.
A cloth appears in front of her face. It's coming from Naz. She just says, "It's the only bow cloth I have. Just, you don't have to give it back to me."
She takes it and she kind of smears the goo around. Eventually, she does mostly clear the, whatever it is off of her face and just like casually tosses it to the floor. You see her kind of reach to her shoulders. She gently brushes Thrym's hand away for a second. You hear 2 clips, and then suddenly, before anybody can even do anything, there's a cloak wrapped around Naz, and like Lady O is like tying it into place. And then she kind of just lets the most bone exhausted sigh, just a complete just exits her, and she leaves her hammer. Like, her hammer is just like right here, and she just kind of gets up and starts pacing like back and forth. Like, it's nearby, but you can tell that she's just like,
She's just going through the motion.
yeah, she's going through the motions. She's just trying to understand what she's doing right now. She's here and not here. This goes on for about 10 minutes before she just stops again, sighs again, and says, I have been trying for 6 straight years to fix this. I can't tell if it's my fault that he suffered for so long, or my fault that there was never a cure in the first place. To a couple of you, it almost feels like an answer to a long-standing question has just like bit. And that's that. Everybody make perception checks real quick.
Including me, even though I'm so far away.
Make it at a disadvantage since you're so far away.
Okay.
Perception.
By the way, I am keeping track of you moving around, so if you're moving around, I do see it on my other monitor.
Okay.
All right, very good, very good. Very good perception rolls for this group compared to
not
yesterday.
bad.
Not a bad roll from Scrag either.
Yeah, the same as me.
Sure. Do you want me to roll for you, or? Oh, there it goes.
Poor
Right.
Itra.
Oh shoot!
I'm also still moving around
One
a
sec.
little bit because I'm doing some last minute packing. So
Yep,
I
yep, yep.
apologize,
For sure.
My
Oh,
rolls are a bit delayed.
You're good.
I am still listening, so
Yep.
I can still hear everything.
Sorry, I actually forgot to plug my laptop back in. Oops. All right. Anybody with 12 or higher, that was actually the goal, notices that the crystals are following along, like Lady O as she was pacing. Like, they were always just no more than like a few inches away, circling around her and just floating there. A little disconcertingly. For those who rolled I'm gonna go with 18 up. It was like 20, but I feel like 18's close enough. You guys notice that the crystals are all acting independently of each other. They're not like following an orbit. For instance, the red one seems the furthest away. The ruby seems to float the furthest away. It does stay close, but it always seems to be trembling as it stays in the orbit. The next closest, and it seems to float more in like as if it's observing. It's got a more tight orbit that kind of follows her all the way around, which is the amethyst purple one, and then one that is mere inches above her head and doesn't even seem to be making an orbit so much as just staying in place. Almost protectively would be the sapphire icy blue one. So these crystals are still staying close to her and acting independent of each other in the moment.
Sorry, were these crystals always with her, or did they appear after?
They appeared after Severus passed and began floating around her. The floating pattern wasn't really noticeable on what they were doing when she was just sitting there, kind of locked into her grief. It was as she started pacing that that the people with a bit of a higher perception were able to notice what these crystals were doing more specifically. They seem to have personality. She sighs like a third time, picks up her hammer and puts it back on her, belt, like connects it to it, so it just hangs there. Observers would note that there are small cracks on the floor where the hammer was placed.
Yay. That's not horrifying or anything.
No, absolutely not.
Definitely not could cleave us in two with one single attack.
There are lines on the floor.
There are lines on the floor. There's 2 sets of lines on the floor, in fact. Some are the grids that you find yourself locked to. The others are what look like bricks.
Break.
All right, she seems to still be quiet. You have a feeling that she will respond to questions now, but that she is not about to start a conversation.
Much as I want to let you do your thing here, O, or I wonder, should we call you A? And, like, Naz kind of squints up at Thrym. We're gonna have a chat, you and me, later.
When you say A, you feel a wince of pain.
Oh.
Sorry. I think all of us here have some questions for you. Still chatting with you later. Over to Thrym.
I love the situation I put Octave in. I hope he appreciates this.
Thrym just nods.
Everyone, go away. The
kind of
40-year-olds are talking.
Like he's used to it.
Yeah. I wanted to point out what Octave said. Thrym nods like he's used to it is of actually very important note of what he just said there. Alright. She just kind of like nods and sighs and goes like kind of unabated, just goes, have you ever seen the afterlife before? Like, in any of your deaths?
Can we roll for that?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me, it would be a recollection roll, so that would be something like either an intellect or a wisdom roll, based on kind of what you want to do, whichever one you want to depend on, whether it's more of a core knowledge or just a memory that you're trying to, like,
So intelligence
recall.
or wisdom?
Intelligence or wisdom, just like if you click on the stat itself, it should roll the dice for you.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
but I'm
did you
just
say
making
wis-
sure that
Did you
that's
say
what we-
wisdom?
Wisdom,
Wisdom.
yeah. It's like wisdom, but a little more rizzy. And
hate
also
it.
not because... It's not absolutely because I am bad at just speaking in general.
That's okay.
I was like, hold on a second. I know you're probably making a joke, but charisma is an actual stat in this game.
Yeah, I was...
Mine is excellent.
Yes, and it's, no, very specifically not charisma. Charisma I always feel as more of the social role, whereas wisdom and int are your
Yeah.
more 2 intellect roles, so...
Mhm.
Also, by the way, I always roll intimidation based on strength.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
That's fair.
Alright, Itra, no.
Honestly, it should
Balri,
be
no.
either your strength
Naz,
mod or
no.
your charisma mod, whichever's higher.
Aurum, yes. Thrym, yes.
Thrym, of course.
Scrag, did you want to take this test, or are you busy looking at the books on the floor?
I'm busy looking at the books on the floor.
Cool.
Wait,
Give me...
Read a
Yeah,
book.
he is following exact orders, and he is doing what he is told. He
give...
can care less.
Scrag, do books have pictures?
Not from what I see. Not yet, at least.
Actually... give me a, investigation roll when you get a moment. Kojin. Wow. You're just right on time. Alright, so... you find a couple books. They have pictures in them.
Oh, these ones do. Here, going to see if I can see what they are.
I'll get back to that. Aurum and Thrym, you guys are able
I
to.
will join my coach and brother then. I'll leave this conversation.
You guys go have fun.
Aurum and Thrym, you guys recall that on a few of your deaths, it's hard to recall and you try not to think about it, but a few of them that you have had before, you have gone to almost as if it's during your weakest times, and it's a struggle to recall the memory. You're able to find yourself kind of in a land of peace. There's kind of like an older mother-like figure. As you stare at her, her features always seem to change, but the kindness does not. Amongst this land, you see people you know, people who always seem to be able to give you a chin up. All of them seem to have been passed. It's never like Aurum, for instance. You never have seen your mother there or your father there. Thrym, your grandfather has never appeared in any of these. Your grandfather has appeared in these, but your own clan had like members that you have been familiar with for centuries. None of them have ever appeared here. It's only the oldest of your tribe and other mortals of much shorter lifespans that you have known. Thrym, even in one of your more recent passings, you were actually able to recall seeing Olean there, her hair a pale white, her eyes the usual emerald green, passing on like, hey, you're gonna be okay, you can get through this. Like that's the kind of like recall of like a place of peace that gives you almost a moment of rest. Each time it has always been a struggle to crawl back from these, but you always return from these particular memories feeling more refreshed when you wake than before. So yeah, that's for the two of you guys. Those are you're the only two that are able to kind of make that kind of recollection on your deaths having something beyond, seeing something beyond at any rate. Bouncing back, Lady O seems to be looking around and waiting to see if anybody else has a response to the matter.
Naz just shrugs.
Thrym nods and says, yes, and returning always feels like I've lost something.
Yeah.
She nods. Imagine that you didn't choose to return, that something grabbed you kicking and screaming, and that when you turn to the goddess for help, instead of encouragement, you just see a somber face and her say, you are needed. But imagine that you have already lived a lifetime in this place, and you're dragged back to see a dear friend who seems to have gone insane, and that you have lost control of yourself and do things that you would never do. And she kind of peters off, like she doesn't know how to continue with what she wants to say next.
I got the insane part right. Naz just kind of rubs her back where she got stabbed.
She shrugs and goes, Cassidy was really good at torture. Like, you like to think you're really good at it, Naz, but she was really good at torture.
I only torture when I need to.
Yes, she
I really
tortures.
just prefer killing.
I would like to believe once upon a time that Cassidy tortured when she needed to. And she lets out a sigh and just like a hollow laugh at the statement.
Yeah, there's a reason we never got along. Crazy woman.
There's
Crazy.
a reason I never put you guys in the same room. I'm pretty sure back when you were younger, she would have killed you. And she would have enjoyed every single time she got to do it.
Probably. Whether I deserved it or not, no, probably I would have.
Lady O shrugs, is like, do we deserve anything? She seems a lot more like that statement seems to come across as like insanely nihilistic for her. Like that's not something you would normally hear from the as life loving as Lady O as Alian was before.
Still, Naz just kind of shrugs that off. That's like totally her MO for talking like that.
Yeah.
Thrym cuts in. Yes, we do deserve more. Adria, you deserve more. Whatever has been done to you
Go
is
ahead.
not your fault. Just know that.
She winces when you say the name.
Mm-hmm.
She like rubs her head and in an act that actually is very Alian of her goes, "Why can't I say it? Why does every time I hear it, all I hear and all I feel and all I can think when I say it is that it's just..." And she just like growls in frustration, and then you hear, and then just she stomps the ground, more cracks in the floor, and then she just screams and then stops, and she's just like, I hate it here.
Well, if you keep that up, we're gonna be somewhere else.
Actually, when she is just yelling, can I try and divine sense again to see if I sense anything else when she's doing that?
Yes.
She's yelling.
Go ahead.
Nice idea.
Okay, I'll mark off another one.
So this one I'm going to describe. I for some reason I was waiting for a roll, and then I remembered. Oh yeah, this doesn't have a roll. You just do it. So sorry about that pause. So as she's saying it, and you once more like dip into your psyche, you feel a roiling mass of like divine energy. Both like it's tinged with both abyssal but also celestial. It is crashing down on you like a fucking tidal wave. You are insanely overwhelmed. More or less, I'm rolling these dice as just kind of a preview, but you take this much damage. If you're not knocked out, you'll take more.
She's knocked out.
Yeah, you were.
Again.
Yeah, so she basically, as she attempts to divine sense, like, you just watch, like, blood start, like Naz and Thrym and Orem, as you guys are, like, watching her turn a fit. All of a sudden, like, blood just starts leaking out of, like, Falri's eyes and nose, and her eyes kind of roll back, and she passes the fuck out on the floor.
Fuck.
Shortly after Alian stops screaming, she turns around and goes, "Shit!" and runs over to Falri and performs lay on hands on her. You have about 35 points of lay on hands base, right?
Yeah.
I have not written down how much Alian has, but she basically heals you that much.
It is 5 times your level.
5 times your level. I will, she heals you for half of her current pool, which is, all of your health. And actually more than that. She kind of overkills it.
Okay.
So yeah, you go from feeling like shit to suddenly feeling a discordantly divine presence, and your eyes open and you cough up some blood, and there it, like, standing above you looking, what you think is concerned is Lady O. Her hand is extended, and one part of her palm is glowing in the usual, like, glow of how your and her old Leon hands are, but there is a tinge to it that is where you sense, like, the discord come from. It's not like blackness. It's just it just kind of is, like, it's something that if you weren't a paladin you wouldn't notice, but because you are, you can see that this doesn't look or feel like it should, though you noticeably feel much better. A little, like, got a little tinnitus going on, but you feel much better.
Thanks.
She goes, "What did you do?"
I tried to sense maybe what kind of energy was coming from you when you were saying it, trying to say it, and all and all I felt was just this. I don't even know how to describe it.
She quirks an eyebrow, and then
Next thing
she
I know, it's
goes,
out.
"Celestial, Fey, or Abyssal?"
Hmm.
Your response is just kind of yes. You really couldn't tell.
Yeah.
It felt like all of them and none of them at the same time.
Okay.
How you respond to her is how you respond. It's just that is
Yeah,
what you
yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
All right. Do you say yeah to her?
Sorry, brain just turned off for a moment. What?
You have to
Okay.
respond to her.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, I know.
Uh,
My brain just totally forgot the conversation.
To be fair, you did just get hit with a brain blast from maybe possibly gods, so who knows?
Yeah.
You weren't supposed to do that IRL.
Yeah,
I'm really fucking good at my job.
EM powers have transcended outside the game.
I have become as Squirrel.
Okay.
All right. So how do you respond?
They have superpowers.
It's almost like I really don't know what it was. It just felt like a god, like some god was just hitting me in the face with a ton of bricks, and those bricks were probably on fire.
She quirks her eyebrow at you, but nods as if, like, she's understanding something more about herself. She helps you sit up and then kind of, like, looks around at everybody and goes, "So yeah, that's the thing. I wonder why you can still say it." Uh, Thrym, and she kind of looks at you, but she goes, "But it does bring me some amount of joy to know that someone remembers who I was. Everyone I talk to seems to know only a." She thinks about she takes a moment to think. You desperately trying to feel like how she's trying to phrase it. She's like, "I feel like a dark reflection of me, and it feels like everybody else remembers a shattered reflection of myself."
God damn, nice
Do you?
words, man.
So Olian turns back to you, Thrym, and she goes, "Do you truly remember? If you truly remember who I was, what was I before I passed to the kingdom?"
In all but name, you were a queen. In all but title, you were a leader, You were a woman of the people. You looked to the people and guided them and taught them. And while we may have had disagreements on the means, I always knew you to work towards the greatest ends.
She lets out another sigh, and all of you notice the words that Thrym have said have seemingly let off a weight that she did not know she was carrying. Naz, Falry, and Orim, none of what Thrym has said is true. Everything he said is wrong. She was never the queen. She was considered nobility and had title. Baroness, maybe. Duchess, I guess confusing, and keeping track of those is unimportant, but she was never the queen. She wasn't. The king's a human. He never married a gnome. The queen did die some time ago, and the king went into a depression, and that did happen before Lady O passed, but Lady O was not a queen. She was a person. Some of those were true. She was a person of the people. There were definitely things that, as Thrym said, that she did that they definitely had disagreements on, and you guys get flashes of memories where you might have seen those disagreements, especially you, Naz, being one of the people who have been around for a while and been close to Lady Ollian and Thrym. So you do recall a couple of these conversations, especially some where Thrym and Lady Ollian were being hilariously polite to each other because they were very obviously mad at each other.
And of course, she knows full well, not always agreeing on the means. Hi, Naz is the means.
Often it was, but not always. Sometimes Cassidy was the means, and then sometimes it was just a general disagreement on what was needed to be done. Because it could have caused damage to the land, something that Thrym has always been against. But yeah, so as far as you guys are concerned, the shit that just came out of his mouth is half truth at best, and the part about her being queen is 100% a lie.
I'm gonna roll a dice for myself super fast, if that's okay.
Yep, what are you trying to do?
This is just a decision that Naz is making.
Mhm.
Regarding, like, her perception of what it is that Thrym has said and what she's choosing.
I am going to send you a message that might affect the thought process. Give me 1 second.
Okay, please. Please do. I'm trying to get my 1d4 out anyways. Damn triangle dice! Please! Get out of there!
Goddamn triangles.
Triangle man!
Doesn't really like Particle Man.
They had a fight, triangle wins! Triangle man! To come in before I roll. Well, that's the wrong person typing, but okay.
I'm typing, I'm just doing it in the, I clicked on your name in Cozy Tato Raiders.
Yeah. No, I also see Doc typing. She sent me a message.
Yeah.
She has a lot of snow. She has a lot of fucking snow, but then again, so do I.
I like no.
I know you do, buddy, but you live in Texas.
It's at least chilly. I'll take it.
What is considered chilly for you?
Oh, I have to stop myself.
Okay. That doesn't that does sort of affect, so that will affect the roll that I make. It's a 1d4, so.
Yep. I just wanted to, because some of that was yesterday and it was pretty early on yesterday.
Lusha, it mattered.
Yeah.
Despite everything that Thrym has just said, not necessarily seeming right, Naz trusts what he says completely.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Cass, that you're late. To catch you up, basically, there's a conversation going on with the party and Lady Ollian. Nobody has tried to kill her yet. and she has not been forced to kill everyone else yet. And they're currently trying to figure out who. Thrym has just declared that Lady Ullian was Queen Adria in all but name, was all but name and queen, and basically gave a more detailed version of what Lady Ullian was actually like, but this does not line up with how everybody else knows of Lady Ullian. They only know of her as an important noble given status due to her kindness and generosity to the people of the kingdom. At the king's behest, who was once a noble king. We'll get to him in the campaign proper.
And despite that information that Thrym has just given not lining up with what Naz personally knows, she's decided that that is her new truth.
Yeah. I'm going to let you know that truth is going to always be hard to grasp. But that talking with Thrym always seems, or that in the future, if you have conversations, during downtime with Thrym, it will always be reinforced.
Yeah.
You might need him to basically remind you what is truth.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, they've known each other for a long time. She already trusts him, so that helps.
Yeah. I'm guessing a 1, you wouldn't have trusted him, and everything else, it was a trust.
It was a 4, actually, that I was gonna have the not trust. It was 1 through 3 that she trusted him. I rolled 3.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Fun to know.
It's supposed to be 1 through 2, but your information made me up it.
I got another personal question. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to address the elephant in the room right now, do we? He's already addressing everyone else.
Why do we need to an elephant spoke a mistruth that someone trusted, just gonna leave that
But for Naz, that's the new truth.
Yeah. Lydio definitely takes a moment to just sigh in happy relief that someone seems to recall who she also seems to believe is the real her. And she goes, Okay, I'm not crazy. There isn't 2 me's. And she seems to be very solidified in that. As she seems to come to this truth, the crystals all stop and then just slam right into her skull. And she lets out a scream of pain.
Whoa! Naz is on the move to try and pull them away.
They fade into her. You are pulling at her hair. It's matted and oily to hell, and it's a little hard to get through that thick hair. And before you can even you make some claw marks in her skull trying to pull them out, but they seem to slip in, and her screaming and physicality makes it very hard to hold her still against her will. She actually does actively push you 5 feet away and just clutches at her skull. One of her what do you want? How do you want to try to help Itra?
Damn it. I was gonna cast Remove Curse, but I'm out of spell slots.
I will tell you that wouldn't have worked, but good effort.
Each was gonna try, and the magic is gonna fizzle out or whatever.
Yeah, basically you try to cast something like any magic, and as it arcs towards her, it seems to just kind of orbit around her and then just fade into nothing. She starts clutching at her. Which one am I holding right now? Right eye. Very obviously in pain. You seem to watch almost a weird metamorphosis as tattoos seem to grow out from under her hands. The tattoos form a little bit of tribal feathery lines. They do seem to all connect up to the eye, and then opening up under each of them is other tattooed eyes that seem to shimmer and look around. Though they're not eyes, they're tattooed eyes, and they stay kind of a general blackish color, though they each have a formation that like some of them have an iris that is purple, some of them have an iris that is blue, and some of them have an iris that burns with a fire. As she pulls her hand away in just shock and fear, one of her eyes is one of her eyes, the right one that she was clutching, is no longer yellow. It seems to kind of be a rainbow fusion of those three colors. Like, there's red on the outside, blue on the inside, and then like a purple ring it fades into on the inside. And she just kind of like is staring off in horror and doesn't seem to be understanding what's going on.
Really out of character comment, but for the Destiny players, oh god, she's unlocked prismatic. Okay, someone got it. Thank you. Continue.
Oh, you're back from your... Okay. Sorry, my dogs came in, like, soaking wet and, like, cold, and I'm like, oh, it's because they just got back
From a walk.
I forgot that my husband was taking care of that tonight for me.
All right. So, yeah, that happened. Itra, as you were looking at the book that had pictures, you had a moment to read during the course of this conversation about the Promethean. One of the books happened to be open to the page that Scrag pointed out. It was actually one on the pillar that he's standing next to. He's like, look, this one has pictures. Look, I found the pictures. And it kind of describes them as stitched together puppets of flesh, definitely tied very heavily into necromancy, and they're almost like what is hard for you to describe it. It says the word white. You don't quite understand what that is. But it's some type of like advanced white.
It's just very misleading. These pictures aren't
white. White WIGHT.
I know.
That was for chat. That was for chat, so that no one's confused. We're talking about the undead.
Yeah, we're talking about the undead one. It's some sort of like stitched together amalgamation of undead. It's depending on how they're made, they are often much stronger or more durable than their counterpart, their life-like counterpart. Just because you got close enough to be physically touching her. Oh shit! Yeah, I should be having background music going. This is still the most sorrowful music of all time from the playlist I posted. It's just still kind of that. Actually, this is probably swapped to Unwelcome, the Dark Swamp ambience, which doesn't feel like swamp.
In chat for anybody who might not have had it yesterday.
Oh, did you post the playlist? Did it not actually kill it for you?
Oh, I didn't try to post it. I was just saying, like, could you put it in chat again?
Yes. I absolutely plan to.
Unwelcome. Here we go.
Yeah, so we're doing, this is, people in chat might not need it, but this is the Unwelcome one, which is at the top. We kind of moved past most sorrowful when we got onto questioning. This is just more like the horror aspect now that's coming out. So, yeah, one eye is multiple colors, the other eye is still the same undead yellow.
Oh, wait, actually, Lusha, real quick, you said I was reading about those promies.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know if I would have had enough time. I don't know what your sense of timing is here, but if I would have had sufficient time, I would have liked to ask my patron what they know about it, what their thoughts are.
Or
maybe send Pikachu over and see if he can ask the pretty lady.
So she says that now is not time to discuss what that thing is. In private, when she is away, or when it is away, she will discuss it with you. Her opinions on it.
Okay. And also, just for role-playing purposes, when I do commune with my patron, is that audible? Is that mental?
It's mental. You used to talk out loud until you realized that the words that you were thinking in your head were getting to her faster than the words that were coming out of your mouth. So you stopped speaking out loud because Scrag found it weird and Orum found it annoying.
Just talking to God.
Yeah. Scrags was just like, why wasn't like he, or I don't want to say how Kojin feels about it. Kojin felt weirded by it, but however he wants to describe that is up to him.
Left out of the conversation.
I don't mean to leave him out the conversation. I don't want to declare who people think. All right.
Like I said before, he's under very strict orders right now. All he's doing is reading books.
Yeah.
He is a kobold that is just like I follow. I'm typically not meant to think.
Yeah.
He's not paid to think. He's paid to read a book and find out.
I'm not paid to think.
Lady Olean in her head. I wish I wasn't paid to think right now. It hurts. All right. So
you said something about someone
wait,
being
you
close
guys are
enough
getting
to
paid?
make.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You were close enough to make a perception or insight check, whichever is higher.
Sounds good. Let's see.
Me or
Nope.
Me. 'Cause I was close enough
Naz,
to
because
touch her.
she was close enough to touch her and feel her. Like, feel her and see things on Lady O that is a bit hard. Oh, very good.
18.
Way higher than expected. Just kind of as a coincidence of Itra learning about Promethean, you notice that there are stitches all like across the back of Lady O's head. It seems like her face hides it, but there's like a major stitch that kind of goes just in the hairline around her skull and then down the back of her neck into her armor. You have a feeling that if you were to see more of her physically, that there would be tons of these. Likely her face was left specifically clear in order to show her as herself.
See you, Cass.
See you, Cass. Enjoy your family's house. Tell them I said hi. You likely figure that there's a lot more under the armor, but she is, even without her cloak, she is head to toe in full plate armor. And what isn't covered by plates has a the black cloth armor underneath it to kind of keep it from chafing, more or less.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, that is what you notice about her.
What kind of arts and crafts shit was she pulling?
As you kind of say that, and Olean kind of comes back to herself, like her very disturbing eyes kind of turn back to you, and she goes, "It's way worse than you think. Like whatever you're thinking, it gets worse." And she looks very awkwardly at the floor, and
if she wasn't dead already, I'd fucking kill her.
If Olean quietly says, "If you didn't kill her, I would have."
No.
At this point, I'm gonna start looking over at some books.
Again, the 40-year-olds are talking.
She stops for a moment, like a thought occurred into her head and she doesn't have control over it. And she starts looking around and she goes, "Are you sure?" And she goes, "Wait, okay, can they see you?" And then she goes, she starts like rubbing her nose and goes, "Fine, I'll see if I can." And she turns kind of away from everyone and puts out her hand and she says some words, Arcana check to try to uncover what they are, and you see just a jet of flame just shoot out of her hand, like in kind of a like, you know, cone kind of like out from her.
Naz is deadly, not magical.
Yeah.
How did I roll
any
the
of us?
best out of everybody?
Yeah. What?
Paladin stuff.
Does a cone hit any of us, or is it just
No, it's done in like such a way to be like away from people. Like she's very intentionally not. She's testing something, not targeting someone.
So is that a private conversation you're having there, or?
I'll tell you, it's not private on purpose, and I shouldn't be able to do that. Itra and Fallery, she just cast Burning Hands.
Oh.
That's a spell. Lady O very specifically is not a spellcaster outside of her paladin oaths and magics.
Burning Hands.
I don't think that's paladin spell.
What spell is that? What is that from?
It's
Burning Hands is a cantrip.
Yeah, it's an arcane spell.
Yeah, it's
not
an arc-
divine, so
yeah, it's a
Yeah, but like, what class list is it pulled from?
Oh, mage, sorcerer, warlock.
Just kind of generally mages.
Wizard.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a wizard spell. Almost every arcane caster can use it, even warlocks can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Depending on the warlock.
Yeah, depending on the warlock and how you go down a tree. She looks at her hand, and Naz and Fallery, because you guys are just so close to her, you guys notice that one of the red eyes has closed. And she just stares at it like, I shouldn't be able to do that.
I can't say I've ever seen you do it.
I can't say I recall, but being dead and coming back to life could change things. Thrym, have
Thrym?
I ever done
I'm the
that?
only one.
no, you have not.
Okay, cool. So that means that regardless of either self of mine that exists,
Only one.
it's... That answer is complicated, but I would be pleased for you to think that there's only one. She goes, alright, okay. Alright, I can work with this. Do you guys have any other questions? I feel like I can't stay here much longer, especially with whatever anchor was allowing me to come here being gone. I don't know how to describe it other than I was able to power through whatever.
Anchor? You have a special friend too?
Something like that, I guess.
How about you use
Let's.
that fire to open the door?
I was thinking about doing that actually. But while we're here, the spiders can't get at us. So best to leave the door shut, as it were. I was not kind on my way in.
No, there won't be.
And she, so she turns to you guys and she goes, so what? I feel the itch to move on. I don't know how to describe it other than that. I don't function the same way as I used to. My determination can only get me so far. Me having the overwhelming obsession to help Sebastian allowed me to push through whatever cosmic entities desires for me. I don't know how to describe it other than that. But without him here anymore, in theory, yes, I know that you're still here, but you're not here. Here. She smacks her head, right, you guys can't hear him. Alright. Look. What can I say to you guys to let me leave without trying to accost me?
So you're literally gonna walk out of here, or are you passing on again, or...
Physically walk out, not passing on. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm allowed to die. Something has managed to kill me. Well, you guys managed to kill me once. And something else has managed to take me down. But nothing has... I don't have any markers. She vaguely gestures at you, and you know what she means by that gesture.
Yeah.
Of course.
Everybody else is a little more confused outside of maybe Threm, of what she's referring to when she gestures at you specifically. It's like, I don't have any markers.
What are markers?
We'll talk about that later.
But okay.
Later.
Lady O goes to point at something at Itra, then remembers how you currently feel on the matter and closes her fist and goes, okay, fine. So,
Do I see anything in the book that I'm in front of?
You see the book in front of you. It has to do a lot with curses, specifically those of Abyssal is demonic curses, correct? It's the 9 hells, if I recall correctly.
But Abyssal and Demonic are two different languages. Or Abyssal and Infernal.
Infernal. That was the one I was looking for. It's specifically a book on infernal and abyssal curses and trying to undo them. The current page you're reading about has to do a lot with warlock pacts, actually, and instances where they have been thwarted or undone. And that is...
It's very telling.
Yeah. And that's what you get from that.
Telling us what they're reading.
No.
Yeah.
Itra has not pointed out what he has read either.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Naz over real quick.
Who are you calling over?
Naz.
Naz.
Itra's been keeping in mind what Itra just read about. Itra's just sort of slowly trying to get in close and get a good look at, because you mentioned that he noticed there were scars or stitches.
No, that was
No,
me
that was Naz,
Oh,
but
okay.
you would have read something about it. So if you're trying to get in close and see it, I will let you. You can make a stealth check, and then you can give me a So give me a stealth check. She has true sight, but that just means that she can see invisible things that are not actively trying to hide. If you're trying to sneak, then that doesn't mean she'll see you.
That's a 19 for stealth, so...
Yep. Okay, cool. That's a good roll. Let me open her perception check. Yes, good. Cool. I'm gonna roll this one. This is a GM roll, so I'm gonna roll it in secret. Alright. Cool. Yes, gotcha. You see that number, right?
We do not.
I'm talking to Chelsea. That one.
Oh,
Oh.
Chelsea.
Okay. Yeah.
What
So
did I say?
she confirmed. I'm not lying. All right. You feel stealthy.
Why do you need me terrified?
That's just me trying to be honest. And then give me a insight check. While you were not close enough to see the ones on her scalp, you are able, as she is like turning and watching Naz and Orem go off into the corner, you see her hair flutter, and you see a long, twisting black scar go from her, the base of where her hair meets her hairline meets her neck, going down into her armor, which lines up with what you read about in your book.
Yes, or a very good find.
Can I touch it?
You're gonna touch it?
I'm gonna try and stealthily touch it.
As you reach out
I
to
don't
touch her,
notice.
her head spins around, and she catches like your hand with a finger, and she goes, "Don't." She lets your hand go. She basically just stops you, and she goes, "Don't," and lets your hand go, and just goes, "I'll just let you know it's uncomfortable. Please do not touch."
Do we need to take you to healer?
There's not a healer alive that can fix what the hell is wrong with me. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of murderers that can fix what the hell is wrong with me either.
Look, I'm trying over here.
Please stop trying to kill me!
Then we find undead healer.
Nice choice of words. Moving along.
That's a good idea.
Moving along. As you guys are looking out, she takes a moment as you guys seem distracted, and she kind of she gives Itria a pat on the head, and then gives Pickett a pat on the head, and she goes, "I'm sorry I wasn't able to stop him, Pickett." She then goes over to Falry and helps her stand, and she just goes, "I don't know how much of me is the real me, other than the memories that I have, or how much you remember of the real me. But from what I've heard about what you've done, as I have made my way around the countryside, you're doing good, kid." And she gives you like rubs your head. It's a cold touch that it's hard to take as a compliment, but it does have all the motions that you would remember. Briefly, she walks over to where Scrag is. She gives Scrag some healing because she knew he took a lot of damage, and she pats him on the head and goes, "You did a good job, kid. Just try not to let your anger keep you from getting yourself into more trouble."
What my anger do?
We'll talk about it later, buddy.
It got you into a bit of trouble, but it's good to see you try still keeping your close ones safe. She makes her way over to Thrym. She looks up at him and takes his hand like she has to reach up on her tiptoes to grip your hand in the innocent way that she has always seemed to done even as a young child. And she goes, "Please, I don't know why, but please keep remembering me as I was. I don't know how long I'll be able to remember myself." And you see her kind of like well up a little bit with tears. And she like grips your hand enough to be firm, but not enough to be painful, and lets out a sigh. She lets go of your hand.
If you can't remember anything else, remember the purpose and principles that have always guided you.
She smiles at that and nods, and she goes, "It's hard to forget. I've had good mentors over the years." No worries, Sherm. I'm trying to wrap this up, but I'm glad I'm glad you were able to stick through at least up to this point. And thank you for coming. Please have a safe flight, and I hope that you enjoy time with your family.
See you later, bud.
See you, bud.
Bye.
See ya.
See you later.
We love you.
We love you.
Bye.
Bye, Bottom.
Wow.
He says that with love, we promise.
Bye, Bottom. Affectionate.
Literally the last thing he hears before he leaves.
I am the asshole, I guess. She wanders over to you guys, and she goes, "That book is useless." She points over to the book that Scragg's next to, and goes, "That one might be helpful." She points over to the one to the south of her. She goes, "That one might be related to what's going on with the king." And she points over the one in the other corner and goes, "That's a children's book. Eacher and Scrag might enjoy it."
Oh, good.
She looks at you, Orem, and she goes, Don't aim to be a better me. Aim to be a better you. You always had things about you that I never could do, even as I am now. And that is something to always be admired." And then she turns to Naz.
Who puts her hand on her shoulder and says, "Save it till we sort your shit out." Okay?
Well, I was gonna say, I guess I could have just said, "Eat a dick," and she gives like a crooked smile. But sure, I'll save it for the next time. Just
Then I'll save that dick till we sort this out.
That's what she said, and she gives you a wink, and then just starts walking away. I had no other way I could end it.
No, that's fair. I asked for that.
Yeah, you asked for that. She walks over to the giant block of ice blocking the door. I'm gonna zoom out a bit so we can kind of see the full room at this point. So she walks over to this little like doohickey that's acting kind of like your guys' stairwell. Yep, that was Naz. That was the wrong person to grab.
I cannot fix the door.
Lady O walks over to the door and she touches it and she goes, "Alright, I've got some bad news and some good news.
Start with the bad.
I can't dispel this magic."
God damn it.
She then pulls out a hammer. "But I can break it!" And then just smashes it right into the glass. You just see it shatter into pieces.
Fuck did you get that thing?
As she stood up, she goes, "Well, the second time I died when I was alive, it was to a very, very, very old dwarf. And I thought with these new powers that I could throw my weight around. Don't piss off dwarf gods, and somehow pissing them off is also a way to get their respect, so she shrugs, take that as you will." And then she goes, "We probably have about 10 minutes before we get swarmed to spiders, so if you guys want to get a rest before you go find whatever you came here for, I would suggest grabbing whatever books you want and hightailing it out of here. I can tell you anything that's on the floor has been useless for longer than 5 years."
Cool.
So, what do you guys take before you leave?
Grab that book next to you.
Also, grab that picture book down there.
Also done.
Scrag gets both books.
Third one.
The third one was this one over here.
That one over there?
Yeah.
Perfect. I will go and pick that one up.
Yep.
I guess there's some on bookshelves still.
Yeah.
Grab the one she told us to grab.
Yeah. As you guys are like scrambling to grab some stuff, Lady O turns to you and goes, "Oh, I remember you guys mentioning a bell earlier. If you're looking for it, go up, not down." Basically gesturing that this is down and that there's another story you guys didn't go up.
Okay.
And up means spiders.
And well, last time I was up there was a really, really big spider. I will tell you that it stopped being a problem for me when I broke one of its legs, but I haven't dealt with many spiders, so I only assume yes. She kind of shrugs. She goes, "The Sebi kind of killed Papa Bug," and she gestures to one of the blood splatters in the corner, where there is some oddly chitinous looking like bone over there, and she goes, "So they have stayed the hell away from here, which has been convenient."
And then away she goes. Presumably. Well, we knew we were gonna deal with spiders when we saw those fucking corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
So, Lady O leads the way. A few spiders seem to try to swarm as she steps out. They get turned very quickly into paste. Shortly after that, they do seem to avoid her. They do not seem to think that she is worth the effort to put in after about the fifth one tries to jump her. As you guys kind of reach into the like front entrance right before you get to the doors, she looks around and she goes, "You guys will probably have a fight when you get back in here. Be careful, because some of these... I see some things here that you guys can't... I can't guarantee that..." She points to like two corners where there's a lot of shadows kind of gathered around. She goes, "I can't guarantee they're going to keep hiding here, but I do see them. But they're giving me a wide berth, and I don't think it's going to be worth the effort for me to try to kill them right now. And you guys should be able to take them."
Are they spiders?
They're spiders.
Okay, good. I can deal with that.
Yeah. She... So she leads the way out into the courtyard, which I have to go slap her into now, because I wasn't expecting her to be here.
Pirate dwarf.
And outside, next to your cart, petting your horse, is this looking guy. Let me show to the players. I said show to players. I don't know if that popped up for you guys.
It did not.
Nope.
Of course not. Why wouldn't this be easy? Okay, I do have his picture, so I will just pop up his picture in the chat. I'll pop his picture in the chat real quick, and then also pop it up on screen for people who are watching. So, this guy is standing next to the cart, and there are a couple of dead spiders lying around, as well as some sort of awkward ooze-looking kitten.
Yuck.
He's actually going through the cart.
Yeah. Lady O, as I pop her out real quick, Lady O, steps forward and goes, Bjorn, what the fuck are you doing?
He kind of looks up, looks at her, and he goes, "It's those fucking spiders, ma'am. They're fucking everywhere. I just lost like 20 fucking dudes in the span of 10 minutes.
Was it actually 20 dudes?
It was more like 10, but still."
That's a lot of dudes.
She sighs and rub her head. By the way, Bjorn, like, the last time you saw Lady O, she had one yellow eye and one pink eye like the dwarves do. This is, definitely different than the last time you saw her.
Your eyes changed again. That's nothing new, but still. Do you know what it's like to listen to 8 warriors be dragged off screaming for their lives? It fucking sucks.
Yeah, it does. I've done it a few more times than you have. A few more times than you have, with lots more people. She gestures to the cart and to Bjorn, and she goes, "This is Bjorn Stonebeard. He is the most reliably unreliable caster you will ever find."
I'd take offense to that if it weren't for the fact that it just happened.
Why does it sound like someone else we know?
He shakily pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights one.
She goes, "That I would say that's going to be the death of you, but I'm pretty sure you would enjoy it, so I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself again."
I'll do right that when I get the fuck out of here.
Alright. I tell you what. And before you guys can, like, even stop her from making this proposition, she just starts it. She's like, if you help these friends of mine with their spider problem, I will give you a safe place to sleep for the next 8 hours. And then you can ride with them back to Cesrin, where you'll be safe. How does that sound?
That's just like you, isn't it?
He's actually surprisingly reliable, I promise.
He looks at her and he goes, "With my newfound phobia, ma'am, I'd be better off walking."
Well, I can't guarantee your newfound phobia won't find you in the middle of the night if you decide you're going to go.
You make a compelling point.
She nods and claps her hands, and she goes, "Good." Then she kind of listens. Her head tilts up as if someone's whispering into her head, and she goes, "Okay, good. So you do still know how to do that. Great. Cool. How does that work?" Awesome. And she, like, thrusts out her hands and then snaps her fingers while saying a phrase, and then just a giant arcane circle shoots out around the cart with about a, like, 30-foot-ish distance, and then she waggles a finger at each one of the party members, including Pickett and Bjorn, and she goes, "Cool. As long as you stay in the circle, the spiders can't get to you." And she turns back to the party. You guys notice that another one of the eyes seems to have closed on her face, this time a purple one. That was a spell to keep any sort of predators or things that would threaten anything in the circle out of the circle. And it should extend to all of you as long as you stay within X distance. It'll last about the next 24 hours. So you should be able to rest from your experience. And she looks very awkward at that statement. And then she's like, but I would highly recommend that you try to, when you wake up refreshed, try to just go in there and get to the top floor as quickly as possible. And then get the bell. Maybe kill the thing up there if you can. If you can't, just get out. And then you'll be fine. Probably. Just be... I would say one of your team probably should stay behind with your horse. Which you hear a pipe up, "You mean Steve?" From the background. And she's like, "Sure. Itra, why don't you do that?" He nods.
Ticket had it worst, so I
Yeah.
think you two should stay and rest.
They nod vigorously. He immediately goes and jumps up on the fence and pets the horse. Pickett just kind of curls up and lays down and just I'm done for today.
Which is valid.
It kind of died, and then came back.
Yeah. So, and then she kind of turns and looks east, and she goes, and then north where the mountains are, and she goes, "It's time for me to go." I wish I
Hope
could.
the cosmos doesn't fuck you.
Well, so far it's done nothing but I've got a few things helping me out. She pulls off one of her gauntlets and pulls up a sleeve, and you see kind of, much like the tattoos around her eyes, you see two other tattoos. Each one of them seems to be surrounded by a large black scar that goes from her hand up to where she has pulled up her armor. It's also on the underside and kind of goes around her hand. You can give me religion checks
Oh God.
on the tattoos she just showed.
Yeah, sure, I can fail that for you.
Religion check.
actually
Guys, I'm gonna run while you guys are rolling
religion.
that up. I'm gonna run some ads real quick and tuck Chelsea into bed. That sounds right. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm actually decent at religion.
This is exactly what I should be fucking rolling for religion. Naz doesn't believe in the gods. She believes in arrows. She believes in what her own two hands can do.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Brilliant. That is the perfect one roll. Best possible time for me to roll a one. I'm so happy right now. My God. Never heard someone so happy to roll a nat one. Fabulous.
Hey, I somehow have the highest religion.
Bet you're wishing I had that last night, huh?
What do you mean? How you're somehow you're a paladin?
Yeah, but I have a 0 intelligence.
But you're still a paladin.
Fair
you
enough,
still
that's
have the +3 modifier to religion.
All
Oh yeah, I do have that. Actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
right,
you do.
I still do need to step back and do a thing, but I guess I can do this real quick because Chelsea just stopped into the bathroom. So, the easy one, Thrym, Orem, and Falry gets. The hard one, only Thrym gets, and he gets for a very specific reason. So she actually, there's one on each arm. So she has shown off 2 arms. The scars on her right arm look different to the ones on her left, so it's not a symmetrical scarring. It's definitely a very different one. The one on her left arm, or her right arm, which you guys would note is also her, the arm that she does, she was using the Warhammer with. is also some sort of strange like tattoo that almost seems like it's branded into her. And it is branded into the shape of a shield with two like hammers going above it and through it. It almost looks like a crest of one of the ancient dwarf kingdoms that a few of you have seen before. And that is your first thought, but to Thrym, Aurum, and Falry, you guys know that that symbol is also the symbol for the ancestor gods. Most specifically, their like head god. On the other arm, there is a burning. There's a sun that almost looks like it's a fireball, but inside is a sun that seems to gleam and glow. And Thrym, when you see it, you flinch at the sight of it. That is the symbol of Apollon, the Loxodon god of the sun, who is said to be a vengeful god. Lady O makes a comment, like almost a passing comment about that one. She's like, I don't know this one. I woke up with this one and had it when I woke up from our last encounter, and she gestures with you guys. This one I earned the hard way after my second death. And she gestures to her face, and she's like, I don't know what's going on with this one. How I got it's not related to how I got the last one. But every time I use these, they give me differences. It's almost as if so like there's a cup, and when I'm normal, the cup is kind of almost empty. But when I got this one, and she points to the one on her right arm, the ancestor god one, and then this one, and she points to her eyes, which she hasn't seen, by the way. She just kind of feels them.
She knows it's there, but
Yeah, she knows it's there. She just hasn't had a chance to look at it yet. Doesn't seem to want to either. She's like,
yeah, what?
so I feel like something is poured into the cup past the point of filling, especially this one, and she gestures to her the one on her face right now. In fact, what's going on right now is not typical of my current experience with it. She points to her arm and she's like, I haven't used this one, but I feel it there, and I know that it is different. It's like the gestures to her right arm, this one, but I haven't used it because it doesn't. It feels darker, and angrier, and I don't like the vibe, but they are insanely helpful, as you guys seen. And she gestures to the arcane circle on the floor as she puts her gauntlets and gloves back on. Alright. Now, while you guys process that and try to figure out what questions you have for her before she disappears, I am now going to officially tuck Chelsea into bed.
Okay.
I was gonna drum up some RP, but
We got
Oh,
shit
yeah,
going
question.
on, man.
yeah, now I gotta think of questions.
I know I'm not entirely sure what Scrag would say in this situation. He's just been doing what he's been told.
Mhm.
Hasn't really had a brain cell ever since things ended.
Why don't you show each of that picture book?
The wonderful picture book we found that said you guys would like.
Yep.
It does make me wonder if he put anything together for that. I'll
Ask him when he comes back.
yeah. I'll wait for the long rest and see what he says on it.
Mm-hmm. I'm putting together a very rough diagram for something. Hooray!
Hooray.
It's not as accurate as I'd like to be, but I'm not a fucking artist.
Okay, I'm back.
So you are.
Wait, wait.
All right, so we've got yes. All right, questions. I heard that there were some.
Yes. I have an immediate question, and that is, do I not recognize the symbol of the ancestors on her?
You absolutely do. You also passed the check to initially do that in the first place. It was 15 plus, so yeah, you didn't. You technically didn't need to check. Your check was to understand Apollon, not the first ancestor.
Okay.
You didn't need a check for that one, by the way, because of what we've been discussing back and forth.
Yes. Okay.
That is also just how dwarf warlock packs work. Is unless they make it with other deities, they make it with the ancestors.
Okay. I will then ask her if the hammer is treating her well.
She nods and gestures at the door. Yeah, it hasn't been too. It's heavy, and I'm not used to it. I'm used to using swords and great swords. They're way cooler, but I definitely am not going to disrespect his hammer and use it about. It is fun to throw, though. I see why he did what he did when I met him.
Just meant to be fucking Thor from MCU.
The hammer is basically Mjolnir, yes. The only difference is it doesn't throw light. It's I guess here's the phrasing. It is not Mjolnir from the MCU. It is Mjolnir from Norse myth. Yeah, the actual Norse myth. Where it's not the power of Thor can or should be using. Only somebody who has the power of Thor can use it. It is more only somebody who has the power of Thor should be using it. I can move this back down now. Other questions?
You said the symbol on your left arm appeared after our last encounter?
She nods.
Thrim sighs heavily.
She looks at you puzzled.
The symbol of our sun god.
She thinks back onto it for a bit, and she goes, Oh. That's why it's so mad. She gives him a kind of weak smile, and she goes, I'll try to avoid using it then.
Thank you.
She nods. Well, if there's no other questions, bye, guys. It's nice to have seen you guys again as not a marionette against my will.
See you later.
Before you go,
Bye.
I wish I had questions to ask, but it's good to see you. Not sure why I feel good to see you, but it's good to see you.
She smiles and she goes, It was good to see you all again, and I will say I met most of the things I said during our last encounter. You guys really have all improved. Please stay safe.
Hope to
Safe.
see you again.
It's good to see you again too. As safe as you can be here. She turns to Naz and she goes, two things. Number one, tell Rena to stop looking for me. Even if I could take the job again, I wouldn't. I know she hates the paperwork. Tell her to fucking deal with it.
Oh, you're fucking speaking my language.
Two, I haven't been back since whatever happened to the king happened. I only know what rumor states, and I can't give you any information about what's wrong with him other than that he's never been the same since his wife passed, and I don't know if my death might have sent him over an edge. Be wary, because it's rare for somebody of such power to fall to despair before they fall of natural causes. If he fell to despair, he's not going to be like your average faceless or abomination. He'll be something much worse.
That's a damn good fucking warning.
She nods and starts making her way
Downtown.
Actually, very clearly out of town. Making her way out of town. Walking slow, cause she's a gnome in plate armor. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. 15-foot speed. Da-na-na-na-na-na. She's fucking slow as shit. Da-na-na-na-na-na. No, seriously though, she does not move quick.
No.
She has some abilities to her that I grant NPCs in plate mail that means that she can move at the normal gnome speed, but she does not move with any sort of alacrity normally. There is a version of her that can, and a peek behind the curtain, it can do 8 smites a turn!
Yay.
Oh boy!
Yay.
I did in fact say, so just to peek behind the curtain because you guys managed to avoid it, there was, if you guys were either confrontational with her or attacked her, she would have basically told you to get out of her way. And she would have been more hostile towards you guys. You guys actually left on a very good note, which will affect things going on in the future of the campaign. But she's leaving on good terms with you guys, so she'll be much more positive and trying to help in the ways that she can. But if you were hostile to her, the power that Thrym told her not to use would have been the one that she would have used. And that one is a fusion of monk and paladin. But it's still NPC rules, and she's a legendary creature, so some things that do apply to monk paladin combinations, such as not being able to smite with your fist attack, does not apply to her. But she does have key points, and she does have a lot of smites.
So much smite.
Mm-hmm.
I now suddenly want to make a monk paladin.
It's
I need to at some point get the Jocat smite sound effect.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Oh, I'd definitely be okay with using it. The next best one that I could see, if you want to have at least 4 smites a turn, Kojin, is you do 2 level dips into fighter to get action surge, and then I think if you go 5, you can action surge twice per battle, and then you basically just go to fucking town on a boss. It's disgusting.
Extra attacks don't stack like that, so unfortunately that wouldn't work with level 5 end of fighter, sadly.
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about action surging, which gives you another action.
Yep.
Okay, never mind. Hold on a
And
second.
because as a paladin you get 2 attacks per action, and as an extra action it's 2 more attacks, so that's 4 attacks.
Yep.
Yeah,
With the
leaning
new
action. There's
with
something
the
else.
2024 paladin rules, you can smite with any weapon, including ranged and your fists. However, they nerfed smite significantly. You can
Boo.
and it's only a bonus action now.
Boo.
Boo.
So if you
no.
use my other game, we use a combination of the two. You can smite with any weapon, but smites are still old smites. You can
That's
do them
just-
whenever.
That's great. I love that. All right,
Yeah.
so potential future decisions of how we're going to treat D&D aside, welcome to the night cycle and your new companion for the evening, Bjorn Stonebeard.
So Bjorn leans against the cart, looks at everyone. So I know what happened to me, but what the hell happened to y'all?
Honestly, she happened to us.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understand. I no longer need clarification.
I wouldn't either. I get you.
So what happened to me? Me and the lads were fighting some of them Froken,
Go
and we got
on.
jumped by spiders.
Yep.
The spiders proceeded to rip us apart because we were in the middle of combat with the Froken and didn't notice the spiders. And then the spiders dragged people away.
A thing to add to that tale, specifically, you don't have to add this, just I didn't get a chance to bring it up. When the spiders attacked, the Froken and dwarves actually worked together. Whatever problem they had, they didn't actually want to kill each other over, they were just fighting over it. And the spiders were a bigger threat that they were willing to put their differences aside for.
We did the best we could, but I'm the last one left. I hope the others are still alive, but I doubt it. Either way, we got a bunch of spiders ahead of us, and something really fucking big.
Well, first things first. We all here, I think all could use a fucking rest.
Yeah.
Bandages to put on, healing magic to apply. All that jazz. You know how it is.
Yep. So, one, if you guys have no more RP, it is starting to get a little late, so I'll push through, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. So you guys have a kind of a little disconcerting night around the cart. Itra definitely seems to be fine. Anybody who trusts in whatever shit that Lady O got up to seems to sleep a little bit soundly. A few spiders seem to try to come out towards you guys, but after one of them fries on the spell circle, they give you they circle around it. Tiny little spiders seem to try to get in a bit, but after a couple dozen deaths, it became very clear that the circle was safe from them, and they headed back in. It definitely seems like they want to go out hunting, but that they do not wish to. They don't know what's going on right outside their home, and they don't wish to leave it undefended. And they seem to crawl back in. You have an idea that you are likely being spied upon, but and it leads to a little bit of a rough night's sleep, but you do get the full energy rest of a long rest. So all your spell slots are back, all your health pools are back to full. Any hit dice used on the burn dice have been restored, and your guys' burn dice pool returns back to 6-1. I would give you guys 7 because technically Sherm and Contagion are both in this game, but Contagion very specifically is not a branded.
Yes. Thus, I cannot use any of that stuff.
Yep. It's also why he has a green marker. He is an NPC that is here to help you guys, but he does not. But that's to symbolize that he is not actually part of the branded cult.
Mhm.
He's an ally, not a.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is also a very specific reason why Lady O's was purple.
Because her allegiance could change
Her
depending on what
allegiance
we did.
her allegiance is to whatever her, for lack of a better term, I was trying to figure out how to say this, but I was like, there is no word for programming in in game, but out of game, basically she is tied to her programming, and there is something that is pushing her in a direction. You notice while she was talking about you guys needing a rest, she never once said anything about herself needing a rest.
No, she needs to keep moving towards whatever it is the fucking Cosmos wants.
Yep. Alright, so...
Nat
Yep.
has ditched her jerkin in the fucking cart because it's busted. She's just wearing the cloak that O gave her now.
Yep, it more or less gives you the same level of coverage. It's made of nice, fine leather itself. It does seem to radiate protection. Like, you feel safe with this on, which is a weird feeling for you.
Yeah, Nat's never felt fucking safe.
Yeah, so it took you a while to understand what this weird, warm feeling was, and as you took the cloak off to change into more, briefly to change, while everybody was asleep, to change into, some alternate clothes that you had brought that were more like day clothes. And then when you put the cloak back on, it came back, and you're like, oh, this is magical, and feels weird. But I ain't gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, that's sort of how it is.
You do notice on the back it has, like, stitched into it very badly. In a very Lady O sort of way. She never really did get stitching down properly. Her personal symbol, like the symbol that she used to wear out as herself. Something that Thrym remembers her designing when she was, like, 6 or 7.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Neat little tidbit about Bjorn. You all notice he doesn't eat anything, and he drinks from his flask and nothing else.
He's a dwarf. He needs only alcohol to sustain him.
The alcohols give +1,000,000 to intelligence. Easy.
Okay, I actually have a funny story. We
Oh,
were
no.
playing Divinity. My friend drank a bunch of alcohol, unequipped a shirt, couldn't re-equip it because the intelligence wasn't high enough.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
It's a thing, yeah, he couldn't re-equip it because he dropped his intelligence too low.
That's hilarious. Oh, God. One day I'll get back to that game. Alright. We're gonna swap musics over because it's almost time for battles. Oh, by the way, and I'm just gonna go through it. If you guys were to fight, swap to the fight Lady O. Swap to the dramatic music because that one was kind of tight. I heard that and I was just like, oh, this has like all the nobility and danger to it that I wanted for it. But Shadowfell Combat will be the music that will be playing here.
Okay. Yay for spiders.
Yay for spiders.
Yay, spiders. Those things.
Alright.
During our rest, I do want to ask, Scrag's gonna, he's gonna remember, he's got that picture book. I would like to know what he sees in the picture book.
It's a picture book. It's a book of like kind of child nursery rhymes. Not so much nursery rhymes, but like a book that like a mother would read to their children. as you go, when you pick up the book, you kind of let it flop open just to see where it lands, and it kind of lands on this story of the lost puppy. And as you read, it's just like a children's book about a lost puppy who, he's there with his owners, with his people mom, and he gets lost in this market square, running around and like desperately looking for him. He's so lost, and he spends like a whole day out on his own, hiding in a gutter. He tried to get food, but other dogs came and beat him up. And he's just so miserable, but then, the next morning, he hears, the human mom calling out for him, and, he runs, and, it ends kind of, warmly, there's a picture where, the human is, hugging the puppy to her, and, it has that, nice storybook ending, and, and they all lived the puppy lived happily ever after with his mom, never going hungry ever again, sort of story. So that's this.
Dr. Seuss book.
What?
I just said it's a Dr. Seuss book.
I like to be canon universe with my storybooks.
It was adorable.
Thank you. I tried.
Greg looked at this. I imagine everyone else is resting.
Mhm.
But he is feeling a rather strange sentiment, one that he has not felt for a long time as he flips through the pictures of this book.
And what sentiment is that?
He feels, although it is something he's not experienced for a long time, he is feeling a sentiment of family.
Insert cue of audience going "Aww." This is very adorably. This is very cute, Coach. Yeah. Idra comes after a bit when he notices you're awake, and he reads the book with you too.
The best I can do is
The bad laugh track.
It's a bad
Hey.
laugh track.
Yes, Kojin? You were in the middle of trying to say something.
No, just once getting it, I was like, yeah, thanks.
How do I hit the long rest button?
I don't think I've ever seen the Roll20 long rest button work. It should just be click the button and it resets everything, but if it doesn't reset everything, just manually just set it all back to normal.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
resets.
but where is it?
It should be next under flaws in your characteristics.
Oh,
Right
yes,
next to
okay.
the attacks and spellcasting.
Done.
Like for me, it resets everything aside from lay on hands. Lay on hands I have to reset manually.
We had that problem in the Pokemon game where it would reset everything but our move pulls because we set it up in the other resources, like the amount of PP each move had, and it never reset that, which was frustrating as hell. It's part of the reason why I want to move back to Foundry afterward when I get to the main campaign. It's a little more common these days, but B, it's a little more user friendly. There's just some particular problems in a campaign that Contagion and I had that makes us wary from using it.
Fuck that. Oh my god.
We don't talk about the TPK.
Oh no.
Oh no, we're gonna talk about that TPK.
All right. I'll summarize it.
Maybe
I'll summarize it in one sentence because we can talk about it very quickly. Nobody but the DM rolled above a 5 the entire night.
What?
Nobody but the DM rolled above a 5. By the way, the DM only rolled above a 10 once. Even the DM wasn't rolling well that night either. He was just rolling just good enough to kill us.
Mhm.
I would have at a certain point just rolled my physical dice to try it.
We did. That wasn't helping much better.
Wow.
Okay, I'm pulling us back.
Yep. I'm pulling us back as well. This is the entrance to the castle. You guys are You guys are at the south. The north is a stairwell that goes up.
He has applied his mage armor.
Yep. I automatically assumed I updated your armor to have mage armor. You guys are right there.
Morning, everyone. Spider Day.
It's Spider Day. On a bit of a more positive note, you guys actually woke up with the sun on your eyes.
That's
He
weird.
has a new cigarette in his mouth, followed by a second one on the opposite side.
Also, the
Has
cat.
Naz ever seen the sun? Ah.
Yes, Naz has seen the sun. It does show up on occasion. The only one that seems unhappy about the sun being out is Thrym.
Yep.
You can't see stars.
Nope, he can't. You do get a chance to see the moon, though, which does fill you with a calming presence.
You
I would
do
guess.
notice that his left hand is shaking.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess after seeing Olian's, Adria's brand yesterday, especially the sun is not a welcome sight for Thrym today.
No, it's not. But the moon is full as she flees his sight, which does fill you with a bit of comfort, knowing that you were at least, if partially under Artemisia's view.
I'm gonna learn about the locks fucking.
They have.
Down here.
Those names aren't what's in the Google Doc. Did
Oh,
you
is
change
it?
those?
No, I just forgot and just fucking.
I was.
Yeah. But the name's in the doc. Let me actually
Okay.
open the doc. And scroll down to it. I am bad at this. And Loxodon, they don't show up. Search for word. All right. So, Vorx is the name of the sun god. Lunas is the name of the moon god. And being in the way that the Loxodon view Lunas, it's a moon orbit similar to Earth's in that it has different phases. And when she is in her full phase, you can see a full moon phase. It is generally thought of as a positive thing in Loxodon nature. It is as if the moon mother is looking upon you and watching you and keeping you safe.
Eclipses must be fabulous.
Eclipses are a day of celebration. Like, Loxodon stop what they're doing and celebrate.
Nice.
You have seen Thrym do it once. It was the most jovial he has ever been, ever. To Loxodons, though, because of how their lifespans works, it's basically their Christmas.
Yeah, that's true. Can we get the rest of the tokens on the field here, please?
Yes, if you guys can put your tokens kind of where the rest of the party has down southward. You should be able to drag out your token, Nate. If you can't, let me know. Alright.
There it is.
I need reminders for things constantly, so
No,
please
it's okay.
forgive.
I'm not. There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, that was mostly to Lynn. That sounded a little aggressive.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I figured
Alright.
I'd point it out.
Yeah, no, that
Alright.
was not my intention at all.
Alright. Is the tournament order still open on your guys' screen?
I think it is now.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's been this entire time for me.
Alright. I closed it on my screen, but maybe it didn't close on... It should close on your guys' screen, but it didn't, so...
I had to close it manually.
Okay. As you enter, I need perception checks. And I'm going to roll
Oh,
stealth
boy.
checks.
Okay.
Let's go.
Well,
What could
I
go
won't.
wrong?
I won't even bother with these ones.
Oof.
At least I get to reroll
Oh,
this
no.
thing.
Fari actually gets to re-roll that. So,
It's not much better, but it's better than natural one.
you know, the funny part is if you didn't have that re-roll, my response was going to be, Fari, the room seems surprisingly empty.
This is why I love halfling, because nat ones doesn't always mean I'm doomed.
That is one of my friends who has like the worstest luck ever plays exclusively halflings because of his luck. All right, nobody rolled so high that they saw the players sitting behind the screen. 17, 19. Okay, hold on, I'm checking that. I need to pull up the spiders. The other ones that did actually roll a roll worth checking. All right, and the answer is these are the spiders you see.
I do have 120-foot dark vision that allows me to see through magical darkness.
Yes. No, wait, unless you see through magical darkness?
Yes.
Holy
it's an eldritch
fuck.
invocation.
Okay. Holy shit.
Yep.
Fuck you.
See normally in dim light and darkness, both magical and non-magical within 120.
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I have to
Except
roll a
normal
third.
vision.
I have to roll a third stealth check now. What did you roll for your? Okay, I don't. All right. Okay, you don't.
Paying you a ton in advance.
You are so nervous, Bjorn, that the cigarette smoke is actively shaking and like blocking your view.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I realize that I am a huge asshole as Contagion outside of game is arachnophobic. And every single character he ever makes always has arachnophobia.
Yep. Because I don't have to fake it for me. It's real. So it's a really easy flaw to give all of my characters.
Okay, so because Bjorn rolled so low, I don't have to add the other ones that he sees specifically. Those are not there. And also, did you do that on purpose, you fucking asshole? Because you saw the spiders when I was working on them.
My 19 didn't see some of them?
I rolled really well on my dice for some of the other ones.
No, it's a habit to take it.
Okay.
I like taking darkness as a warlock because I can see through it.
You can see through it when you cast it yourself, though.
Not always.
Oh, that's fair.
If you cast it on yourself and you're in it, you can't see through it because it still affects you.
Okay.
Just like if you're on the other side, you can't see through it. So if you have Devil's Light, I can cast darkness on the enemy, and the enemy can't see me anymore, and I'll just blast him through the fucking darkness at advantage because he can't see me.
That's fair. All right. These are the spiders you see. Roll initiative. I'm going to be a little bit more sleazy with my initiatives this time.
Wow.
Sure.
You dare?
Oh, that's actually brilliant. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Who wants to go first, bud?
You want to go first.
Yeah, you very specifically want to go first.
You have
Okay,
a
first.
+8 to initiative.
I
17.16.
So I will say out of that's because it's using its dex. It's adding its dex as a thing. Ignore the 0.16. So how that 17.16 works is that's its dex save. I also am mad that it didn't GM roll it because I'm on the GM layer when I rolled that one, but that's fine. I will just roll the other one manually since I know it won't do that. All right,
So
and okay, it goes first. You were saying something, Kojin.
I need to point something out that I realized I didn't use yesterday.
Yep.
I should have been rolling advantage on my initiative.
Oh yeah, you get advantage on yours.
Yeah. So that could have made a massive difference yesterday, but fuck.
Oh well. Oh well.
14.
Yeah. You still have to roll it right. All right. So that would put you. I think you did actually, because I saw 2 in the follow-up combat. That could have been crazy.
I can
All right.
check it later.
Descending. All right. Okay. Okay. You know what would have been cool to do, Nate?
Hmm.
Give all the spiders pack tactics.
Do you want us to die?
No?
Then
Aka?
don't give them back.
Yeah, there was a question mark on that now.
Mhm.
All
I heard it.
right, Naz, your turn. You're up.
Okay. I'm gonna Google something super fast. This won't take me long.
Ooh, actually, I forgot something else actually does go before you, but I haven't added it to the turn order. Hold on, let me.
Hey,
Make that
hope
turn.
we Go.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see what I get.
That's not really something we can use in
5.
combat, can we?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Maybe.
All right, and then the second roll. 1. Yay!
Yay. I heard it.
So all of you, but more specifically Falry and Prim, you kind of hear like that like poof noise, like something like I almost want to think actually it's more like the. Do you remember the DBZA instant transmission like thwop button, like him instant transmitting and it just going like pop. You guys hear that noise, and then you suddenly, right on top of you, are these lovely things.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
These are called shroud spiders, and I also stole this picture from Bloodborne.
Yes, I recognize that. Of course I do.
I need to
Those-
roll
Fine.
its initiative real quick.
Is it the giant spider or just the little ones?
I mean they're medium sized to you guys, but they're not
No,
giant.
but the picture that I'm
I
asking that you.
I think it's the regular size ones. Hold on, I gotta fix this real quick. That's not technically their initiative. I just didn't roll it.
The
Right.
regular size ones are medium size, by the way.
Yeah.
These
They
are
go
all
up
medium.
to about your fucking hip in Bloodborne.
Yeah. These
These are all medium.
Yeah. Scrag Rage Roar, by the way. Nah, seems legit. Alright. So targeting Falry for the first one. So these guys actually have a cool ability. They have Otherworldly Shroud. Shroud spiders are invisible to all but those with true sight, and for the instances of this is a magical ability, so therefore your devil sight could see through it. And they stay that way until they make their first attack, and then they need to wait undisturbed in an area for 1 hour before they turn invisible again. So this is their neat thing. This is going to be a bite attack against Falry.
I don't see through invisibility. I see through magical darkness.
Okay.
That's-
So that's a hit. Oh.
I mean,
Okay. No.
I do see the darkness, just not magical.
10 damage.
Alright.
And then this bite attack is going into Bjorn, and it misses. Bjorn basically was expecting this and just screeched in the biggest fear and ducked under the bite attack. It was the manliest screaming
Why
you.
the ancestor? I forgot they pop out of nowhere.
Oh, who have you stuck me with?
This is what we get for leaving the cart unattended.
Yeah.
Grim, when we get home, I'll buy you a drink.
Alright, now it's Naz's turn.
Now it's Naz's turn. I was gonna suggest pass without trace, but I think we're beyond that point now.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're sure here.
That would have been a good way to completely subvert the dungeon. I would have definitely shown you what you would have seen all the way up. I would have had to make you make stealth checks to avoid the webs, though.
Yeah, of course.
I probably would have let you skip this fight, but the next fight there's too many webs for you guys to skip out on.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, it was something I thought about, but then you were moving us onto the map, and it was already happening, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I'm
And then
sorry.
I was still going to suggest it, but now we have spiders in front of us.
That was my bad.
Like, yeah.
I'm
like,
sorry.
the ones that were at a distance, I probably still would have been like, yeah, we can do that. But now with these other world, or like these shrouded ones, it's not gonna happen. Okay, so I guess we just fucking start attacking.
Yep. So then we start blasting. I'll tell you, these spiders are fragile as hell, though.
Excellent. That's what I like to fucking hear.
Currently in the order, these ones are going after you. So whichever one you want to pick, you can get your first crit hit on, or your first
my advantage hit. Yeah.
your advantage hit.
Okay. Furthest one goes after me. I'm only seeing
No,
two
that's
of
cone.
these spiders on the turn order, even though I can see them physically on the map.
So I grouped them by group. There is another group that you have not seen yet that are on the map currently.
Okay.
Because they are stealth, I have left them on the GM layer, but they are there.
Okay.
It's why I rolled the shroud spiders on a follow-up in
Yeah.
physically, so that it wouldn't pop up in the chat.
Yeah, I get it. I just don't actually know which one of these spiders is going first.
All of these are a group. All of these are going
They're
at the
all
same.
moving together?
Yeah, just to save time on the initiative order.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
The Wolven fight took 2 hours, which was about an hour longer than I was hoping it would. I'm trying to speed this one up a little bit where I can.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay. We're just gonna go for this one over here, because he seems like he's the closest.
Yep, sounds good.
Da-da-da.
He's definitely the only one that
you
can.
got that one in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool. And I roll with advantage for this, right?
Yep.
Boop.
Hit.
Okay, and for 7.
Okay. And then your sneak attack.
Do I roll my sneak attack for
Yep.
this?
Any attack you get with advantage is trigger sneak attack.
Oh, that's great. So 13.
All right. Cool.
Grand total 20.
So after Naz says, "Falry, do you have the one in front of you?" and she goes, "Yeah." Naz like spins around and fires at the closest of these spiders. Your arrow goes right through one of the eyes into the brain. It lets out a horrific like chittering noise and falls over dead.
Perfect. That's what I like to see.
You did need every ounce of damage there, but yeah, that was like just what you needed.
Sure beats yesterday's bullshit.
These things, because they're swarms, I made them have much less health pulls than the Wolvens or the Cerberus.
How much
and
health did Cerberus have?
380.
Beautiful.
God.
Hey, we did fucking fantastic.
Yeah, no, you guys had burned him to half health within 3 turns, and I'm like, shh. At the time I was like, I was going to tone this down a bit, but I don't feel like I need to anymore.
I remember in the second turn you were like, I wonder if he has too much health.
Yeah, and then the third time I'm like, no, he doesn't.
No. You
okay, Octave, it's Octave's
You're
turn.
welcome for that.
Alright, so Thrum kind of gets a little distance from the spiders that have appeared near us and casts Produce Flame and makes
Kinda?
a ranged spell attack.
For some reason, the tab
On that
crashed
one.
for a second.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, just restarting the tab. Should be fine.
That hits.
Alright, and that is...
How much health did I get these guys? Okay, they have a decent amount.
So that's 7 damage. And then as a bonus action, I'll take my archer form and make another spell attack on the same target.
What kind of damage was your first attack with fire?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that for these ones. So you actually do more damage than you think with that one.
All right.
Oops, that went the other way. That's adding to the health, not taking away. All right, and then your archer form.
Yep. So that's a 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right, and that is, I think that gets my proficiency on the damage. Just need to find it again. Yeah. Oh, it gets my wisdom. Okay.
Even better.
Spiders that don't have that much fucking armor class.
Oh, yeah, even better.
Woo!
Very nice. What kind of damage is this?
That's radiant.
Okay. That doesn't do extra damage. Damn it! I did it again. I hit plus instead of minus.
Get your shit together.
I'm fine. I know what I'm doing. It's because yesterday when I was doing this, I was counting up for Severus rather than down. All right. So, you guys watch as Thrym turns, pulls out his flames and just throws it at this spider right in front of Falry. In the same move, he starts to shift, stars wrapping around him, and he pulls back an ethereal bow, letting loose a constellation arrow that smashes right into this spider. When the flame hits, the shroud spider makes a shrill scream of agony, before then followed up with the arrow slamming into its front head. Since you guys are all monster hunters, I will say that you all notice that these eldritch abomination of a spider specifically seems to be weak to fire.
I'm so surprised.
However, the radiant damage does not seem to do more than normal. It doesn't seem to screech more in pain than its screech does not seem to match the damage before. Also, this thing is now bloody. Actually, it's pretty very bloody. All right. It's Scrag's turn. So I saw the chat earlier, but do you wish to announce what you wish to start with?
Rawr.
Scrag would like to rage.
Scrag would like to rage.
As normal, while Itra and Scrag practice roaring and it always seems adorable, whenever Scrag rages, it actually sounds as if a dragon's roar echoes around him. And then his eyes turn red and he starts murdering things. Speaking of which, what do you like to hit first? For the intents of pack tactics, Bjorn is considered an ally.
That is actually very helpful. I will go ahead and start with that one.
Yep. And
Okay.
music a little bit.
So Halbert gets pulled out, and we're gonna.
I'm assuming Halbert was. You walked into a known enemy infested area. I assume it was out. So no extra action for that bullshit. Well, I have some bad news.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That was a whiff. On the plus side, you still didn't roll a 1, so nothing hilarious follows up with that.
And then I believe I still have my second attack, yeah?
Yep. You're a barbarian higher than level 5. You get a second attack.
There!
Much better. That does hit. Just to save some time, you guys are looking for basically 13s and 14s across the board. Jeez, fuck Christ, I forgot you hit like a truck now.
Yep. Wait.
That is 17 damage.
I like to think that on the first swing, because it was a shroud spider, it probably was able to duck and weave away from the first swing. Like I was, like Scrag was trying to get his bearings on it.
Mhm.
Then it anticipated exactly where it was going when the spider dodged.
Yeah.
And then just like brings the spiky part right down where it it intercepts where it dodged to.
Yeah. And you carve out like a good portion of a couple of its legs, and they seem to fall to the ground, twitching as like a shadowy ichor seems to leak out of them. All right. Spider's time to shine.
Thank you, Master Cole. Oh, fuck. Boy, the first answer, sure, I wasn't prepared.
Scrag, this is the first time... Scrag, this is the first time you've ever been referred to as a master, and it feels weird.
Yeah.
I thank you kindly.
Roar!
He hears this, I haven't seen nothing yet! Wait.
Wait a minute.
He doesn't even say anything else after that, he just kind of... Amidst the rage, he somehow freezes for a second.
The more Bjorn talks, the more Naz wants that drink.
It works out so well because the dwarf makes everyone want to drink somehow. So the spiders all double move. Falry, your turn.
I want to know what this last track was for.
Don't worry about it. We haven't gotten there yet.
He killed the spider, didn't he?
The spider next to you?
Yes.
No.
Not dead.
No. Oh.
The only spider dead right now is this one. He injured it. It's almost bloody, but it's not dead yet. The shroud. If you remember the shroud, so as a knowledge thing that everybody here would know except for maybe Bjorn, spiders are a type of beast that's similar to wolfen, though they tend to work in like more individualistic, but as they grow as a brood, they do tend to function as like an army and can even invade towns and cities if they get a large enough brood. Spiders, these individual spiders tend to be like the first and weakest tier. There's another tier in between the shroud spiders and this that is colloquially known as the poison spider. You guys haven't seen that yet. And then there's the shroud spider, which tends to be like tier 3. Anything after a shroud spider tends to require parties of branded to manage. And they tend to become larger and larger. So yeah. Kenda, it is your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna attack the one right in front of me.
Yep.
Alright.
It's looking a little bit where for worse.
Alright.
Jesus.
That's a 25.
That's a hit.
I'm gonna use level 1 smite, just make sure this thing dies. It's an 8, and then...
You
Divine
rolled
Smite.
average, you wouldn't have needed the divine smite. You rolled just enough!
Fact is, that was literally me rolling two ones.
You-
So, by just enough killed.
You just enough killed it. That was the bare minimum you needed to do to kill this thing.
Wow.
Was 12 damage. That's all it had left after Thrym took care of it. So yeah, you bring your sword around. It definitely feels like it kind of moves and shimmers, and you're not sure you get a good hit. But as the divine flame fills you and you bring your weapon down across its head, you definitely feel like you get in and are able to cleave, and it lets out a screech before it falls over dead. So.
Okay, with my next attack, I'm gonna move over and attack this one.
Yep. Good roll.
Roll in.
Hits.
I'm not gonna snipe it. It's gonna be normal.
Yep.
It's 9.
Yeah. You definitely cleave a couple of legs off of it. It definitely screeches and twitters its fangs at you as it snarls.
Alright. It's my turn.
Bjorn, The scary thing is still next to you, and it is shimmering like it did right before it kidnapped your best boy, Brog.
Yep, I will bonus action Form of Dread transformation. You transform to an aspect to manifest an aspect of your patron's dread for 1 minute. You gain the following benefits: temporary health equal to 1d10 plus 7. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature, you force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, it is frightened. You are immune to the frightened condition. And anytime I attack with a when you make an attack roll and deal damage, you replace the damage with necrotic. While in your Form of Dread, this trait deals an additional 1 damage die of necrotic damage.
Yeah.
So I'm no longer scared.
Yeah.
So Bjorn promptly tells the spider to go fuck itself as the Eldritch blasted in the face.
Yeah. Well, remember, it's point blank, so you're rolling at disadvantage when you go to Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
Okay.
About making a statement.
So you guys watch him like say that first hit misses. You do get a second attempt though. Second one hits. Roll your damage.
So this will do.
Oof.
13.
13 plus another D10.
Yep.
So 17 points
damage.
of necrotic damage.
Yep. So.
And it is forced 10 feet back.
Yep. Alright, so you guys watch Bjorn turn and he screams, and then suddenly, like, something starts to happen that makes you be like, okay, maybe this is why Lady O said bartered for his services. As he, like, starts to grow in stature, his stature shifts so that he's taller than Orem, but still shorter than Thrym. He's much broader, and he seems to shimmer and glow with a glowing blue aura, as if like a spirit has like manifested within him. And then he goes to swing, firing magical blasts that seem to take the form of ethereal, glowing blue-green hammers. The first one misses, as the Shroud Spider kind of shrinks away from it, but it seems to move right into the path of the next one, and just gets slammed hard. It screeches as it just slides back across the floor. It's definitely bloodied now.
They're a little bulkier than I thought they'd be.
And I have to make a wisdom save.
Because I forced it out of my threat range, do I get an attack of opportunity?
No, because it's a push action, not a. It didn't leave of its own accord. You forced it away.
Okay.
Kojin, can you read Sentinel for me and see if that still tracks for you though?
Let's find out.
And then I do have to.
So creatures provoke opportunity from even if they take the disengage before leaving your reach. When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature.
Okay, so no, but important to note that Sentinel thing for the making a attack later. This is how we were giving you so many attacks the last time around.
Yeah.
I remember Sentinel being good. So basically, it didn't necessarily leave your threat. So how it works, from what I understand and read, if a creature chooses to leave your threat zone, then you can get an attack of opportunity. If it is forced out of your threat zone, you do not get an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
It does have to make a wisdom saving throw against your DC. It rolled a nat 20, so not a whole fucking lot I could do about that. It's so, you know the funny part? It's smart enough to know that it's being told to run away. Okay, here's how I'm gonna phrase this. It knows that you that you tried to compel it with fear. Wait, did you try to do more damage to it again, or?
No, that's my what I'd say form of dread. I get temporary hit points.
Okay. There's
10
just
plus 7, and I rolled a 1.
Yep. So the spider is actually rolled so high in its wisdom roll. It's one of those ones where it's like you tried to compel it with fear, and it's not magically scared of you, but it is intelligent enough to know that it should not stick the fuck around. So it will be fleeing, but it will be fleeing on its turn. Because it's like, I should go. I must go. My people need me. Aurum.
Yes.
What did I roll for the poison spiders? Yeah, 17. Okay, so they go before Nas.
Well,
There's a spider right next to you.
yeah, there is. And I'm going to use a sword against it.
A sword. Are you going to mark it with your hunter's mark and favorite foe?
No, not yet.
Okay. You hit. You do damage. You stab it in one of its eyes. It yells at you, but otherwise doesn't seem unaffected.
Yeah, well.
You hit again. You're wounded again. This time it's a little more like growling and frustrating and chittering at you. It definitely does not seem to like you stabbing it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be so close.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I can do.
Yep. All right. Shroud Spider goes. So remember when you heard that like before? You hear it again. But suddenly, like, you don't see where this guy went. It is just not here anymore. It left. It basically fled the scene. And then next are the poison spiders. I'm going to...
Cool, that gets something out of the way.
Thrym, give me a perception check.
My favorite skill.
Yeah. You have wisdom!
Theoretically, I should be good at it. I'm just not proficient in it.
So. Yeah. Alright, I need to roll its stealth. I have rolled a... Alright, you get an attack of opportunity against this one.
What is my melee attack?
You can. I actually looked into this. You can make a ranged melee attack with no disadvantage as it leaves, because it is technically considered far enough away to do it. So you can make an attack with your Chalice Form's arrow, I believe.
Okay. Cool.
You were so shocked because, to put it in perspective, it was right here next to you, and you didn't see it until it crossed paths behind you. I have to roll its initiative and put it up on the table properly, but yeah, no, you didn't see it until it had skittered past you. But you got to once it skittered past you and you saw it, you immediately turned and tried to fire an arrow as it left your threat zone. Unfortunately, the arrow kind of like slammed into the ground, like as it had already like skittered on past and moved past you. I gotta move. Oh, hey, that's convenient. And then if I hit the back button, these guys pop up at the top. So where am I? I actually rolled exactly the same. Yo me. So yeah. first spider is going to once more try to attack Falry because
Okay.
it sees you being jumped. I'm gonna assume that's gonna miss.
That does not hit.
The second one's gonna bite Naz.
Okay.
18.
It does hit.
Okay.
And it
Oh.
snuck up on me, correct?
Yes, it snuck up on you.
Okay. No
Um,
uncanny dodge for me.
so you take 21 halved. So you take
What?
10
Why is it
damage.
halved?
Well, what are you wearing?
Oh, true. I forgot.
I told you it was magical and you felt safe. This is what I was meaning.
I genuinely forgot that I wasn't like wearing normal, like my regular stuff.
Nope, you are not. You're not wearing your jerkin. You are wearing an equivalent armor value because it is more cloth than anything, but it is an enchanted cloak,
Okay.
and its enchantment is that it halves damage.
So
It
damage?
has any non-magical damage, and then it also halves poison, acid, fire, frost, and thunder damage. If you want to mark that down, but armor-wise, it's the equivalent of whatever armor type you were wearing before, which I believe was just studded leather.
Yeah. So I took 10 damage total?
You took 10 damage total, but you do have to give me a con save.
Okay, give me a second here. Constitution. Nope. Oh.
Okay, this is still halved because it's not the same as uncanny dodge. This is you're fighting a poison effect.
Yeah.
So you do still take another 2d8 damage. This is also not halved from the cloak either because this is the poison that's gotten into your face. So it's basically this is what's gotten past the defenses.
Okay.
So you take another 6 poison damage.
Okay. I don't have a lot of health.
No,
Just as a general person.
no, but you do have some special protections on you right now.
Yeah. Still, I'm knocked down to almost half.
You basically have a mythic level legendary item for D&D right now, if I'm being honest. But it was very much earned through roleplay, so I'm not going to feel bad about that. However, it is your turn.
Okay. This fucker has made me mad.
Mm-hmm.
He took out almost half my health.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get any disadvantage for shooting point blank
Yes.
with my bow?
Range takes disadvantage for shooting point blank. You can cunning action disengage to move out of
Yeah.
range and then make an attack that way.
I probably should, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm
Perfectly
just
fine.
gonna... Oh boy, this is... I'm sure full of options of places to move.
Yep. Grim seems pretty safe in his corner right
yeah,
now.
that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I might go stand over by my Loxodon buddy there.
Yep. They're trying to swarm the group and like basically overwhelm you guys before you can do anything about them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and now we're gonna attack now that I'm not at point blank.
Mm-hmm. Good news is you hit.
Bad news is it was just fucking barely.
Bad news. No, actually, these only have AC of 13. It was barely, but, you know, more likely than you think. Roll damage.
Yeah, I just tried to. There we go.
Okay.
50, or 13.
13 damage. It looks hurt. Doesn't look bloodied. It just looks
It's
like you
just
hit
like
it really good.
Just like I feel stealthy.
Yeah. You dodge away and you turn and you throw shoot it with an arrow. It turns, it hisses at you, but otherwise it seems preoccupied with the large dwarf-like creature standing next to it, the angry kobold standing next to it, and the almost as tall as it half-orc standing next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Trim!
Right.
I think seeing Nazar near him, he is going to go ahead and cast Healing Word as an action, as a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
So we'll get 2d4 plus spellcasting ability plus 1d4. So 13 points of healing.
Cool.
And then, as my bonus action, I'll make a archer attack against that one.
Sounds good. Naz, you feel kind of stars flutter around you as Thrym says some word that you've heard many times before, but you never bothered to look it up. That's a hit, by the way. What it means, stars kind of shimmer around you, and sort of the pain of the bite eases. The burning from the poison seems to fade. All right, and that causes it to be bloodied. Also puts it below a third, so it's to make an int check on its next turn. Scrag!
Hello.
There's so many things near you that look like they need to be smashed.
Yes, indeed.
No, not in that way.
Please.
He's
You don't know me
innocent
well
boy,
enough.
please.
I know he's an innocent boy. That was for the YouTube, not for Kojin. That's for other people. I know Kojin wouldn't think that way.
That's for Lynn Brain.
You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head right now.
That's for Lynn and
Alright.
Lena.
For everyone who made the perverted joke, you just got the Kojin seal of disappointment.
That's fine.
Yep.
I'm used to that.
Poison spider?
That bloody
Ha!
dude.
I
Yep.
make one.
You're a hit. That's a hit. I'm not even sure you need to bother rolling the damage, but go ahead.
Just for curiosity's sake, it's 17.
Well, what's your minimum damage look like? Hold on. Okay, you actually could have failed if you rolled double ones. But yeah, it's dead.
Yay.
Fucking dead, Jim.
Dead, Jim.
Yay! I'm free.
Perfect. Now
You're
we'll
free
start
of
taking pop
spiders.
shots at things.
And then I want to also take a look at which of you two.
So if Scrag is of a mind to be focused as he was trained to, these are the more deadly of the two. And Scrag was trained to understand threat levels in his rage as part of his training when he became a branded. So I will say that if you feel like he would go and attack the biggest threat, then that would be it. If he figures Ari can handle it, he can go and attack the other one.
Okay.
I went to double
Then
check because I thought I forgot to attack Falry, but no, I just missed.
20.
That's it. That's no, that's a hit.
Get down.
Oh, you're talking to your dogs. That's a hit. Roll damage.
Alright.
No, it's fine. I thought you said he missed, and I'm like, no, I said that it was 13th, 14th. You guys are.
You missed. Falry.
Yeah, I missed Falry. I missed. You know what? It's close enough for me to just go ahead and say it's bloody. I also forget you have a 10-foot fucking reach. God damn it. yeah, he roars vaguely in Falry's direction, and she's just learned to duck as he just brings the thing around and just whacks this spider right upside its head.
He's doing a swing with it, much like if it were a baseball bat.
Yeah.
She doesn't duck.
By the way.
She high steps.
Learn how to do things, Scrag.
Alright, she's a halfling. Yep.
She's a halfling. She actually ducks. If it was Orem, he's learned to just jump over it.
Shout out to Irrational for all the clips, fam.
Yes, shout out to Irrational. It's appreciated. Alright, that's Scrag's turn. It's Poison Spider's turn. This one's gonna go over here. I'll say Orem can take an attack of opportunity against it because it did not move particularly
Hit the
intelligently.
wrong button. I hit something by accident.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So, what button do I hit to press?
The short sword's what's in your hand right now, so that's the one you press.
Okay.
As a hit.
No.
5 damage.
I can only do 5 damage tonight.
It's consistent, and that's sometimes all you need. Alright, so it moves up. The first thing it's going to attack is the Loxodon. So this is going into Prim. I think a 12 actually misses.
That misses.
Okay. Next attack going into Scrag. $25, that's going to be hit. For 13 goes to 6 damage because you're raging. And the last...
I have to say it.
Yeah?
I am now at 69 health. Nice.
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 And into Aurum, it's a miss. You manage to parry it back with the short sword as it tries to bite at you. And then it's Falry's go.
Alright. I'm gonna attack this thing.
Yep. It definitely tried to bite you.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna deal with this one first. Alright, yeah.
Yeah.
It almost rolled that one at my screen. I'm gonna smite this with level 1.
Yep. Sounds good.
Alright. That is 9 plus divine smite. 10. So that is 19
Perfect.
total.
You only slightly overkill it.
Nice.
You actually needed that to kill, so that is a kill secure to Naz. Or not Naz, Falry.
It's dead.
It's dead,
Yeah,
Jim.
Dead.
High five.
High five.
Alright, gonna attack this one because it's right next to me.
Yep.
Yeah, alright. Go.
That's a hit.
16. That's a hit. I'm not gonna smite.
Yep.
11.
I'll tell you, this one isn't worth smiting. Oh. It's not worth anything. You killed it.
Bonk.
Well, that's, I didn't know this one had been hit already, but, yeah, no, it's dead.
Alright. Alright.
Bonk.
I'm gonna use my movement. I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
So I can be right next to it. So
Yep.
Alright. That'll be my turn.
Bjorn Bjornensen.
I'm going to Eldritch Blast the one in front of Naz.
Okay.
Hello.
Ooh,
Oh,
should not be a disadvantage.
Well, the 25 is a hit, so roll damage. Also, the disadvantage hit is still a hit, so roll damage anyways.
yeah.
Uh,
5.
5.
Dealing 5 damage.
Does it-
Dealing 5 damage.
it does more than 5. It does,
Oh.
9, 5 is 14 points
14.
of necrotic. And then second bolt,
Yee.
I miss.
Yeah, you managed to push it, like, it slams into it and kind of slides underneath Thrym and comes out the other side.
Beautiful.
Aurum. Oh, also it's very bloodied.
Okay, so I can't see anything else in this room besides what the hell's in front of me, right?
Right.
Even with dark vision?
Give me a perception check.
Is the floor stone?
Stone covered in webs.
Damn.
Very nice roll.
I will,
Oh shit.
as a bonus action, I will gain Tremor Sense with a range of 60 feet for 10 minutes.
Okay. I usually, on perception checks that aren't super important when they get crit rolled, I like to do the thing where it's like, your guy takes a moment and realizes that he seems much flatter than he normally does, and looks around and kind of stares out at, like, a bunch of floating balls of light with some weird-looking humans staring back at him before it kind of all comes back into focus. But more or less, Aurum does not see any hide or hair of other spiders. His previous time hunting spiders would tell him that they have either made other smaller congregations in other parts of the fort, or more than likely that this was just the brood that was left here to protect the entrance. But there's other important areas of the fortress that need to be protected by the groups of spiders. Likely these are just the vanguard you have to deal with, but there doesn't seem to be any more here other than little tiny swarms that seem to be making their way up the stairs.
Okay, well that means I'm not gonna do anything else besides like swing my sword.
Swing my sword. You hit.
Sword.
No, I did.
Hey!
Whoa!
Almost.
Nice.
You're almost there.
Lusha's description of everything does make me a little bit concerned because I know spider activity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To be fair, these are not acting like normal spiders. Most spiders are very territorial and independent.
Yeah, but a pack of spiders like this guarding other areas means there's eggs in this building.
Is it dead or dry?
It's dead. It's dying, not dead. It's on its last leg. Sorry, I forgot to hit the bloodied symbol. But yeah, you did enough damage to make it bloodied.
Well, then let's just take its legs off.
14 is a hit.
Exact same hit?
Exact same damage. Congratulations, you managed to kill it. It's dead.
Good job, Bongos.
Yay! Where does the spiders go? Oh, wait a minute.
I think
Alright.
the last thing I'm gonna do is... Oh, I'm like... there. I'm gonna start heading towards the stairs.
Mhm.
Seeing as we do need to head that way.
Yeah.
Alright, poison spiders go. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so you get to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's my turn, motherfucker. Boy, I'm sure filled to the brim with options.
Yeah,
I fucking missed.
you do. It seems to be causing you more concern today than you had hoped. You hoped that was just a passing thing.
Yeah, it's not a fucking passing thing. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Naz is cursing under her breath again.
Yep. Thrim.
Thrim is going to attack with a vine that shoots out from his sickle and use Thorn Whip.
Yep. Whip. It hits. I think this is D6 or 2d6
Yeah,
damage, so
Grim could probably just step on it, honestly.
Yeah.
it's enough. If he rolled double ones, I probably still would have given it to just to end the fight, but yeah, it's enough. You kill it.
Yay!
Alright.
Blast it with a beam of light for good measure.
Yeah.
It's spiders.
Spiders, everyone's favorite.
Spiders. You double tap.
Step on it, then step on it again. Oh, now all I can think is Billy and Mandy. Oh, I'm gonna need the bigger boot.
Bjorn's walking around, just blasting all the dead bodies.
They turn into a fine ichor paste.
Brilliant.
Of which, unfortunately, your little cat, Slimothy the Seventh, does seem to be eating from one of them.
Gross.
Slimothy, no! How could you do this to me?
It just looks up to you with this adorable slime cat face.
He does the wow, the dwarf is yelling, Slimothy, no! You got spider guts all over you.
It makes an adorable, like, reverberating meow.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to clean her up after this.
Yeah. Alright. So, now that the battle is done, I do want to say I do apologize for not letting you do the
The pass without trace thing.
the pass without trace thing, but I will say that you can use that to try to get the jump on the next fight.
Well, I have to suggest it to fucking Big an Elephant here.
Yeah, he's right next to you, so it'll be easy enough.
So, pass without trace?
Yes, I think that's a good idea before we go any further.
Yeah. Because this is not fucking all of them.
Certainly not. And
Yep.
so I cast it.
Alright. So, as you guys make your way carefully through the castle, you're able to basically avoid a lot of the webbing. It seems that there is some sort of providence to you. Lady O had said before that there was a lot of webbing when she went upstairs to investigate what was going on with the place, but it seems that she didn't realize how much she had, shall we say, cleaned up when she cleaned up the webbing when she was handling pest control. And as you guys make your way up to the next room, I'm basically going to say that everybody give me a stealth check with advantage, and then add 10 to that roll.
Okay.
I'm going to take the collective party's stealth roll, so don't worry if you're bad at stealth and have a disadvantage because you're wearing some sort of heavy armor.
We didn't let me
Wait,
figure if
what?
advantage or not.
I forget if I believe
Fuck
chainmail.
if we both
has
got the
disadvantage.
same roll. For
Chainmail, I
one
believe, has
roll.
disadvantage, but I'll check.
Okay, I'm gonna have to roll twice because it didn't let me choose.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
What does it do?
You have disadvantage on stealth with chainmail.
That's
Yeah.
22 for me.
I'm
That's good.
again, I'm looking at Naz and Thrym here. Their rolls are identical.
Yep.
All right. 15.
You have vantage, so yeah, it's 15. Aurum also has vantage, so it's 27, not 25. 22 with Scrag, 31 with
Name's right there.
Naz, and 24 with Thrym. So you guys will get the pass. Sorry, I'm staring at it and not seeing it. So basically, as Falry makes the first step, and while it's silent, you guys still all kind of feel like you hear the noise in it, and she kind of looks around at everyone. Thrym quietly walks over, picks her up, and then just kind of continues walking.
It's a way to do it.
You're all able to make your way, ignoring Scrag going dun 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 under his breath.
We're used to that by now.
And you guys get to go
Does
up.
he always do that?
Nope, that's the wrong one. I didn't get to go far enough.
Yes, he does.
Ah, I see.
This is
Hold on, I'm still swapping
not
to.
a Bloodborne enemy.
No, it is a Dark Souls enemy though.
I've not played as many Dark Souls games as I have played the sheer amount of Bloodborne.
You guys will come up at the south. There's a little stairs down there. Come out about here. Actually, you guys can come up as far as you want up to here.
Probably better to be slightly closer, unless
Yeah.
you're ranged.
And then perception checks from everyone.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious
Oh,
almighty.
I would have used lay on hands.
Yep,
For
that's
10.
fine.
Boop, 17.
I'm thinking about it.
Perception.
Do I have any sort of advantage for this for Trepersons or no?
No, because you're looking for a specific item that's immobile.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Nice 6.
I love that Falry as a paladin has a -1 wisdom.
Are you rolling that with... Why are you rolling that with advantage?
I think it doesn't matter because the next.
19 anyway, but...
Yeah. He might not. Have you updated your character sheet to query advantage rather than just. Okay.
Yeah, I meant to put it back to normal. Just slipped my mind.
Oh, you have it set to toggle.
Yeah.
Don't toggle that.
I have it set to
Yeah, I
query, which means it asks every time.
I did untoggle.
Okay. Alright. So. 19. 11. Okay, somebody did break 20. Thrym. You are happy to see that the bell is in one piece. You are unhappy to see it stuck to this pillar over here.
Cool. Cool.
I get that reference.
Cool. As do I.
Cool. But yes, you have officially found the bell. And the problem. You guys are currently completely have... this spider has not seen you yet, though at this point there is less webs for you guys. You've managed to avoid basically all the webs up to this point. And based off of what Pickett was able to tell you yesterday, you guys know that the spiders have web sense. They are able to follow that regardless of your tremor sense. No amount of sneaking is going to hide you from that.
Really? Not even me? I'm so tiny.
It's mostly covering the floor, almost to the point that it should be at a half move to move through it, but I don't wish to slow the rate of the game down that much, so it's more or less just enough to be a pain in the ass.
Has it been a minute?
Yes, because you had to take your time to get up here.
Okay, then Bjorn is doing his best to not lose his shit.
Yes, so in the distance you see this giant spider seemingly gorging on something. It seems to have a front and back mouth. That's lovely. One of its 8 legs just doesn't seem to be there anymore. It definitely seems to be favoring it with favoring that side with something akin to pain. It's there are, you guys see these other spider in attendance. Actually, let's go ahead and shrink this by 1. I know you guys can kill them quickly, but let's just make it a little easier. Match number to number. There are attendant spiders floating around. As far as you can tell, there is nothing going on. Contagion, with your perception range, you do not see any shroud spiders here.
Cool.
How
big is that? Oh, that's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
And are we still inside, or are we in the open air?
I am going to say that there is enough damages to the roof from this giant spider having basically had to carve it open to comfortably exist here that you can see portions of the scaffolding and roofing, but most of this area is open sky. It's enough that you could say the whole thing is open sky for sake of your power. It's about midday.
Okay.
Or mid-morning, actually. Clouds are starting to move in, but you currently still can see the sun do.
Weird that we're seeing the sun still.
I will whisper over to the group and let them know that I can set the webs on fire. Because I do have Sorcerer's Burst.
Brilliant. Arson.
And I will also share the location of the bell.
Yep, I as a wizard, or I as a warlock, have a Sorcerer's Burst, which is a sorcerer-only spell.
Hey, whatever feats you take is for you, man. I ain't gonna judge.
It was a feat. It was a Pact of the Tome.
Whatever dark dealings you've made with the undead is up to you, friend, and I ain't gonna judge.
We're attacking first, right? Regardless of initiative.
Right. Let me go ahead and clear the turn order so people can roll, just so we can get that out the way. Because I have a feeling you guys are going to start combat soon.
Yeah.
Aww.
I am too busy scared.
I have to go open my lovely.
Natural 20.
So, for those who don't know, this creature is based off of the monster, the Duke's Dear Freya. I got lazy with naming and couldn't name the character, so this is called Freya the Broodmother, but with a J instead of a Y.
I knew I recognized it. I knew I fucking recognized it.
That is Duke's Dear Freya, isn't it? Oh my god.
Yep, this is Duke's Dear Freya.
Yep, my nightmare. Bastard.
I still find it hilarious that you ran out of stream when we started getting to this area. You're like, I'll see you in the next episode.
Yep. I was like, I know what this fucker looks like. I'm out.
Yeah. Let me open the turn order again.
No one's going before me.
Yep. No one's going before you. You actually got nat 20, I think?
I did. I got a nat 20.
So you get to go first, and now you can still decide to wait without penalty to your thing for Bjorn to light the webs on fire, so you can get closer to get your shot in.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do it to set the thing off. The stall will be surprised.
Yeah, well, there's a whole round you go through where they all start surprised. I'll even let it Bjorn so that if you decide if you guys want to start with lighting the flames, Bjorn, you still get to make your action afterwards. They're just caught flat-footed.
Cool.
The webs will.
The arson as a party.
I mean, I'm down for arson at any time.
Certainly.
Oh,
Drag is still raised. He's just going.
I am. It's almost like I made a pact with the fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll cast
Fari has a hand on Scrag's shoulder, keeping him from running forward. Orem has a hand on the other shoulder.
Yeah, someone get his legs.
Nope.
So, it's you cast Sorceress Energy at one creature or object within range. Make a range attack roll against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 damage of a type of your choice: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, psychic, or thunder. And I can also change that to necrotic. If you roll an 8 on a d8 for the spell, you can roll another d8 and add it to the damage. When you cast a spell, the maximum number of these d8s you can add to the spell damage equals to your spellcasting ability modifier. The damage increases by 1d8 when you reach level 5. So I do 2d8 now, and if I roll an 8, I get an extra d8.
Alright, so who are you targeting?
The web.
Alright. So you don't need to roll to hit, just tell me where you're going to center the attack on it.
So I'm vaguely going to center it probably where the web is the thickest. To guarantee I set it on fire.
That would be here where there's an oddly suspicious pile of orbs.
Yeah, so I'm going to set it
Oh
right there.
yay!
I'm going to set all of that on fire because it does explode.
Yep. So you watch Bjorn start whispering in a dead language. And swirls his hands around as he pulls energy. The energy coalesces as a green ichor-like mass before turning into a small ball of flame that he just chucks like right into the center of these for lack of a better term, eggs. And it explodes. There is a huge screeching noise coming from the eggs, and you guys see just tons of tiny spiders on fire, just panicking and running around. The webs very quickly around you guys just kind of get engulfed in flames. It's going to last for about 2 rounds. So more or less like the entire area up to here is just all on fire.
Ooh.
So that's on fire. So you guys have a little bit of area to kind of work with. There is some flames in front of you, but they peter out very quickly. So you guys can get to like these first 2 spiders without too much issue of catching on fire. But if you walk into, if you basically walk too far away from where you guys are currently at for about a turn or 2, you're gonna have to make a dex save or take the 2d8 flames. Roll me a 2d8 for every creature you can see, telling me which creature, pinging which creature you're targeting.
All right, we're gonna start from the left and work our way right.
Okay.
So we're just gonna do this.
So what are we? 2d8.
Every one of these guys are on fire, so I'm having him roll damage.
Okay.
So that dude is first.
Yep, hold on one second. I forgot to do something when I was on this page last. I just need to add their health pulls real quick.
Yeah.
11 damage, so that one's bloodied. Just right out the gate. Cool.
Ooh, I rolled an 8.
Did I fix her? Of course not.
So
Alright.
that's 14 damage on the poison.
11. And that one's
That's
bloodied.
another 8.
Minus 14.
That's 11 on.
That's another
one?
bloodied.
Six on Mama.
sadly, not the one that you wished to do that to.
11 on that one,
Yep, that one's at half as well.
and 10 on the poison.
That one, it's feeling the
I guess
burn,
that's a
Mr. Krabs.
Huge advantage.
Yeah. So every regular spider is
Having a bad day.
yeah, is poisoned. How much health does Frasier have? Okay, I wasn't crazy.
I would hope you weren't crazy and gave it like 600 health.
It's not above 200.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay.
I came back and reduced it down last night because I was like, oh, that was a lot to get through, and this fight has mechanics that would make it even harder. Let me knock this one down a little bit.
It's like it took us a while to get that 300 down.
Yeah, and that was you guys all targeting one monster, not
Hermes.
not the other way around. All right, so you guys got so now we're gonna start with Naz. You're first in the order.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can now.
Were you
If-
trying to stay safe?
If you're talking,
Yes.
okay. Well, I did not hear you before.
Oh, it's kind of too late now.
What were you going to say?
Well, basically, what was going to happen when the fire hit, and is that going to do anything else besides set things on fire?
It won't damage the bell if that's what you're concerned about.
No,
Um.
the web sense. Would
Uh.
let alert anything else?
So the problem is all it'll do is all the webs have to be connected, and most of the webs that are connected into this room don't seem to go down the stairs. So no, it doesn't seem like it would trigger any of the other spiders. You're not sure if something else couldn't have done it, but you're at least confident the web sense wouldn't be triggered. Good question though.
Yeah. I think them screaming is probably going to alert them.
That I can't do anything about, alright?
But we do have an exit above us when we're done here. If we're bold enough to fucking take it. And seeing as this is a watchtower, there's probably several levels to jump down to avoid too much damage.
This is probably the uppermost floor that isn't one of the guard towers that go a bit higher.
Yeah, so there's multiple floors. We can probably just climb or jump down. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
I know how these buildings are built.
Yep. Naz, it's your turn.
Yes, it is. And am I supposed to be able to do something else because I got a natural 20 on my initiative? I don't remember.
You automatically crit because these guys are surprised, but nothing else happens to for that.
But I already automatically crit!
Not normally.
No. I was saying it's like, other than it just being the surprise round, no. All the nat 20 gives you for initiative is just that you get to go first, which means that anything you hit would automatically be at an advantage.
Okay, let's see. I have to pick a target.
I'm a spider.
Where's my program? Hold on. Yeah, fucking damn it. Right, 60 foot.
Yep.
I need that measuring.
If you move up to your max movement towards Freya,
You'll be at 60.
you'll be at 60. I've been checking
Okay.
it.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going for her right now.
You get an automatic crit with advantage
Yeah,
that also
that's
crits
fine.
with sneak attack.
Yeah, I guess I probably should. Sorry for peeing
Anything
myself
else
there.
you shoot is you're gonna just overkill. I'll let you know.
Yeah. It's 25.1, forgive me.
Mhm.
I can hit her from there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I might as well if I'm gonna fucking crit everything.
It's with advantages.
It is, I do know that. So, wait a minute. Bonk.
Well, good thing you have advantage. This thing is
Yeah.
got thicker, has got a thicker hide than the other beasts do, but that does hit. So roll your damage.
Mm-hmm.
Then roll an additional D8 on top. D8 plus D4 on top of that.
D8, D4.
Okay, so that's alright, and then that's 14, 17.
And then my sneak attack.
And then your sneak attack rolled those dice twice.
Sneak attack twice?
Yeah, because it's crit. Every dice gets doubled.
Yeah, everything is doubled. If it is a die roll, it is doubled.
Yeah. Very good. So 28 more damage. It lets out a screech of pain as Naz pulls back on the bow. You feel your hand waver momentarily and force your will to supersede it, and then you let loose as it screeches and stumbles about in the flames. It turns, and at the right angle, you let loose, and in one of its major eyes in the front, you watch your bolt go right through it and embed deep into its skull. That was Naz's turn, and then we've skipped all these guys because they're still all caught surprise. Thrym.
Alright. Oh, good. That has a super long range.
Bjorn would have commented, but he's decisively not looking at the big one.
Yeah, understandable.
He's looking at the fire going, good, burn.
Burn, burn, burn,
Okay.
burn.
Naz doesn't fear a lot. She'll look just about anything in the face.
Keeping the big one just out of sight. Yes, burn, burn.
Alright, let Octave talk, please.
Okay, so I am going to cast Spike Growth. And that causes the ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point, which will be right here.
Alright.
Come on, give me my ping. Right here. To become overgrown with hard spikes and thorns. When a creature moves
Here?
into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Here?
So 20-foot radius centered here, so 20 feet
Okay, so.
around.
Alright, cool. I have to draw the circle.
Yep.
I just needed to get where the end was so that I could. Like that. I believe that's how that works.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
So yeah, 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet anything travels within that. A creature, the transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the spell is cast must make a wisdom perception check against my spell save DC of 16 to recognize the terrain as hazardous before entering it.
Okay.
And then I will assume my archer form.
Well, that's a no from Freya. And the large spiders are too dumb to know. They have minuses to their wisdom. I won't bother rolling for them.
I actually have to move up a little bit for this.
Most specifically, Freya does not notice the between everything being on fire and then the arrow in its eye, it does not notice. I did roll a wisdom save and not her wisdom saving throw, but even with the additional 3, it's still not enough to eat your DC.
And then, yeah, I'll take my archer form and make a blast against Freya.
Yep. It hits. That deals damage.
Nice.
Very nice damage.
Alright, and that ends my turn.
Cool. Fari.
All right. Where does the fire actually start again? Make sure I'm not walking into it.
I will freehand this a bit. We'll say like kind of, and it goes down to here.
Okay.
Alright. Actually, it goes a little further out into here, so you can go like this way if you want, but
Okay. And this guy looks incredibly like almost dead.
It definitely. So when the flames hit initially, there was a small bit of webbing there that kind of burnt up quickly and kind of dissipated, so that there was a little more walking room for you. This guy still was unfortunately caught in the blast, and he does not look. He does not look pretty good at all. No.
Alright. We're gonna go wait to him and attack.
You ever smell a burnt spider? No? Well, you have now.
Yes.
No, I don't want to.
Well, I got
I
some
have.
bad news for you. I got some worse news for you.
Thank you. Threes are actually the worst I can roll. 18.
Yeah, because it's bad enough that you can't change it with your other rolls, but and good enough that you can't change it with your other rolls. Bad enough that it doesn't do shit. That's a hit, by
Yeah.
the way.
18. Alright. Rolling. 11.
Well, you want the good news?
It's dead.
It's dead. Just-
Yay.
11 was enough to put it into bloodied. So.
Yay. Fucking dead. Alright, and that is all my movement. I can't do anything else, so that's my turn.
Yep. Scrag, me boy.
Yay.
Our scrumble
Um,
scrag.
Scrimble bimble.
Scrimble bimble. I forgot you sent that to me. Alright.
So I think
You can go here and be out of the flames.
Get
Yeah.
out there.
this isn't like the most melee friendly right now, but I am
No.
seeing options.
Yeah, you'll have one turn where unless something gets close to you, you're not gonna have a good time of it. But you know, at least there is like something you can go do if you want. Yeah, so you should have the distance to get over there.
Yeah. And then let's go ahead and bully that spider.
Yep. Does your thorns do they have friendly fire?
It says any creature.
Okay. So it's just a D4?
He could go
Oh.
one step back and he'll still be in range. 'Cause
He didn't have the Oh yeah, that's right. You can go right here if you want.
Oh
And-
yeah.
And
you have a
okay.
10-foot reach.
Yeah, it would be
Well, there's my-
2d4 damage for every 5 feet within the thorns.
Yeah, and that would be 5 feet. All right. God,
That 20 should hit.
Yep, that hits. God, you might.
19.
All right. Well, good news.
Yay.
It's dead.
Yay.
The less spiders, the better.
Yay.
Orum's turn.
Okay.
I feel like
Flames like these, who needs enemies?
Gonna mark that big ass spider over there.
Can't imagine why, but I'll add the favored foe and the marked the hunter's mark.
And then I'm gonna try and shoot it.
You are
I'm
70
I'm sharpshooter.
Oh, you have extra range. Okay, yep. Ignore me. Go ahead. 18 hits. And you guys are rolling really good against this thing.
And then a D4 and a D6.
D4 and a D8. No, D4 and D6. Yeah. Well, another arrow, another eye seems to get poked out. It screeches, and it's looking a little worse for wear.
I can
God.
see that.
It might get killed trying to cross the path. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, first it needs to take another arrow.
Yeah, another arrow, another eye. Another 9 damage. Yeah, it's looking a bit wear for worse, as it were.
This spell is not always useful, but when it's useful.
Yeah.
Fucking useful.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stand still.
Mm-hmm. Bjorn, the fell-handed. I have read a lot of Space Wolf books. You're going to be getting names like this all night.
Oh yes, perfectly fine. It's the only name I could think of other than the name I was going to go, which was Throm.
No, Thrym. You actually texted to me. It was literally Octave's name.
Yeah, it was Throm.
Alright.
So I am going to cast a spell.
The spell is?
I'm going to he's basically going to ancestors descend, please help us on this quest to kill the monsters that killed our kin, etc, etc, etc. And he's going to cast Spirit of Death. Or not Spirit of Death, Shadow Puppets.
What does that do?
It should have linked it.
On the big one that he's not looking at?
Oh yeah, bonus action, I'll turn into the thing.
You turn into the thing so you're not afraid anymore so you can look at it? Yeah, it would have a fear check, by the way. It would have a fear check specifically against you, yes.
Oh, it didn't link the description, so...
It says DC 15 intelligence check. You animate the shadow of a creature within range, causing it to attack that creature as a bonus action when you cast a spell, or as an action in the subsequent round while you maintain concentration. Make a melee spell attack against the creature. I'm guessing you just moved in the range.
Yep.
Alright, that's cool. So yeah. Int check. For a creature with mind... No, actually I gave this thing base intellect. It's smart enough to do new things. It still can't roll above a 4 for any of its saves though, so it takes 19 damage.
And
That feels like it's dead, probably.
No. God, no, not yet.
And is incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
Well, you gave it... You're causing it to take less damage than if you didn't attack it. Because now it can't walk through the thorns that it was going to go attack the annoying creatures.
That's okay, my turn is next.
Yep. I mean, it's incapacitated, which now means you get to roll advantage and get another sneak attack against it, because it's just...
Fucking right.
Yeah, so basically, Bjorn once again turns into his large, ghostly ancestral self, steps forward and raises a hammer, and then morphing, ghoulish things seem to emerge and just grip and grab at the giant spider and seem to pull it down as it struggles against its own shadows. I will say, because it's being pulled into the ground to be incapacitated, that it does take the thorn damage from where it's already standing in, because it's being ground into it. So Octave, if you just want to roll that damage for me, I'll add that to the damage pool.
6 damage.
Yay! Hey, every bit counts. No.
Does it also take the fire damage?
I haven't gotten to its actual turn yet. It's going to take fire damage on its turn.
Okay.
Oh, and that area is difficult terrain. I don't know if I...
They ignore
Okay.
difficult terrain for which is actually worse for it, but they ignore difficult terrain for the circumstances of, like, uneven ground.
Yeah.
When you have that many legs, it
Yeah.
Yep. Totally fair.
Yeah, but it only has 7.
Yeah, but that's still more than
Still
2.
a lot.
That's still more than 4. Is that your turn, Station?
Yes.
Alright. Naz.
Yep, rolling with advantage.
Yep. Rolling.
Does 14 hit?
Yes. But it's because it lost its dex bonus that it hit. Go ahead. Roll.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, we're good. So, roll damage.
You would have missed otherwise, by the way.
Okay. 7, and then sneak attack.
Yep.
Boop. 18.
So 26 damage. Starting to look pretty bad, not gonna lie. as you hit it again, it lets out a screech as it writhes and raids against these shadowy, ghostly bonds that keep holding it down. It definitely is like all of the other spiders nearby seem to be looking at it in just shock and horror as this is going on. And it's the spider's turn. We're on that spiders, so it takes a D8 damage for being on fire. It's just 8. No, you do not get to roll extra damage because it's Sorcerer's Blast. This is just normal fire now. I could feel like the raised hand asking, does it take the extra damage? And the answer is no, it does not. But it definitely screams as it just runs right at you. Unfortunately, it takes a double move to get there. Spiders go. We'll roll each of them a d8, going from right to left. So, first one takes 3. Next one takes 7.
Wait.
So, this one's still kind of fine. This one is much less fine and is...
I forgot about my temporary hit points.
Alright, this guy's going to move into range of Scrag. This one's going to move into range of Falry. The one in range of Falry had to double move, so it does not get to attack, but the one in range of Scrag does get to make an attack, so... let's roll... Fight attack.
Grim's going to use his woe reaction to reduce that by a d6.
Okay. The attack by a d6?
Yes.
Okay, roll the d6. 4. Does a 15 hit you, Scrag?
Just barely.
Okay. Unfortunate.
Scrag does get to attack it. Because it did move within
less
range.
AC than me?
Oh, yeah, he
'Cause
does.
I'm stealthy.
Because of Sentinel.
Yeah, no, you get to take an attack against it. So actually take your attack and see if you kill it before you take this damage.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
for sneezing.
Let's do that.
I have so many sneezes.
That hits.
Yes, I will. And
You do need to roll high for you. That was high for you. So good job. You actually do kill it. I'm gonna let you have your woe back, Octave, because it would not have had a chance to attack. So yeah, all right, cool. This boss fight might not get to attack.
Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe it might not.
This is a lot. So I'm not upset by this because this is the kind of thing that happens when you get a surprise round and do this much shit to a thing.
What can I say? I am a force to be reckoned with.
All right.
Come up and roll up and do my thing.
Oh god. Okay, so it's this thing's activation.
Am I back?
You're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Did we lose you? I can't.
Yeah, we did.
I can't hear when it pings out because of how Discord
Streamer
works in
mode
streamer
works.
mode.
Streamer mode cancels all sound and all notifications.
Yep. All right, it's Freya's turn. So I'm gonna ping something in chat real quick.
Okay.
This thing. This is a layer action where while fighting with inside its layer. Wait. Hold on. Before you guys panic, she gets to summon her brood to her each turn. Unfortunately, due to everything being on fire, the creatures are actually actively trying to avoid. I lost the last 3 minutes and everything. I'm super sorry, Bongos. So the creatures actively are avoiding the area right now because of the fire, so it actually cannot summon anything on its turn. It is glaring around with a malice that predates the strength. Predates what you would normally see from spiders that are getting into trouble. It is going to make an attack roll with disadvantage, unfortunately, against Naz, who has hit it now twice. Very
Very hard.
very hard, yeah. Unfortunately, there was a nat 20 in there, which would have been great, but I believe a 14 misses you.
A 14 does miss me. My AC is 16.
Yep. So, yep, it is now freed of the shadows. It's no longer incapacitated, but it couldn't move because it was incapacitated at the start of the turn. So.
Yeah. It's not free of the shadows. That is a concentration spell.
No.
But it's not incapacitated anymore.
Yes.
At the start of my next turn.
Thrym, you're up.
All right. That thing is not dead.
No, it's definitely looking a little charred. Oh, I need to roll a d8 for its fire damage because it's still stuck on fire.
This spider's on fire.
Takes 5 days.
And don't smell good, I'll tell you that.
Just,
Oh,
God.
It does not.
Burning spiders is not.
Yeah, it does not smell good.
He is going to launch a guiding bolt into it, so a spell attack.
Yep.
Freya.
You hit. You guys have not rolled anywhere near its. Well, you guys have, but you haven't not failed to hit this thing once yet. God, so much
That's
damage.
17 radiant damage.
Yep.
And then we will, so as not to steal the advantage from anyone else, I will use my archer form on that one.
Yep.
The poison spider.
Go ahead. That's a hit. We're losing bongos over and over again tonight. It is.
It locked me out.
It locked you out?
You out?
Jesus.
Weird.
Hold on, let me open it on my other computer. Quick. See if I can.
Because everything just went white and then the page refreshed and then I was logged out.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is that like the internet just like went down like 5 times in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Opening.
Okay, now everything is loaded.
Yeah, I've got it
Holy shit.
opened. You're not logged out or kicked out. All right, that was Sherm's actual name. Also, Sherm's back in the chat. I think he's just listening in.
Hi, Sherm.
Hope your flight's going okay.
It doesn't look like he's on it.
Yeah, he's not on his flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at the airport.
Yeah, okay.
Everything got fucking delayed because.
No, I don't even think Southwest is going to let him on.
Mm-hmm. We'll figure that part out later. It seems Sherm's trying to talk, but I don't think he's saying.
He's muted.
He's muted.
Yeah, it's just doing that weird Discord glitch.
Yep, I forgot about that one. Alright. Yeah, where it's muted, but it looks like you're speaking.
Speaking.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had that happen before.
Alright, so that is Thrym's turn. Technical difficulties aside. The spider is now bloodied.
Okay.
And Falry.
I'm gonna make it dead. I'm gonna attack it.
She's gonna make it dead. We love that.
Sir had to hit it with a guiding bolt, right?
He hit the
I
big
hit
spider.
Freya with a guiding bolt.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then I'm just gonna attack this one. No,
Yep.
just making sure.
Just a normal attack.
Bop. Yeah.
Coach, no.
No,
Hold
I'm
on.
thinking.
Double checking something real quick. That's a hit.
Hit. All right. Smite. Gonna smite this.
Not necessary. Before you can even engage the smite, it's dead.
Okay.
Once again, she just kind of bonk.
Yeah. Once again, bonkus take place.
Because I don't. Because I saw.
Everything's still on fire, like a few feet away from you. Like it's starting to peter out now, but it's still hot to the touch.
I'm gonna move over here and attack. Use my last.
Oh, that's right. There is another spider over there. That hits.
It's 17, and I will not smite.
You will not need to smite. It's dead.
Yeah, I figured it's like it probably.
It was on the fire for 2 turns. So by the time it was able to move out of the fire, it was on its last leg already.
Alright, and so I use 2 feet of movement, so I'll just and I'll get up as close as I can.
Yep.
Ready for the fire to dissipate.
Yep.
If it even gets the chance.
Scrag. Please run right through the middle of it. I want to. You didn't hear no bell.
I was legit. I was thinking about it. The only thing is that if I run that far,
You got range.
I mean, is that technically still in range right there?
Yeah, it's 10 feet.
Okay. All right.
Go for it. Here we go.
Oh.
He cares not for your fucking.
You're taking
fights.
2d4 for every 5 feet. Just
It's 25 feet, so that's 10d4 plus that times 5.
Oh my god.
But he is very angry.
Oh no.
So it'd be yeah, 10d4.
Make a wisdom saving throw. I believe you're looking to beat a 14. Okay, Scrag does not see the spikes on the floor.
Oh no.
Fuck it. let's go ahead.
I'm laughing just as much as you. It might not be being picked up, but I am laughing very hard. Alright, it's 10d4.
Okay.
I believe it's piercing damage, so it is halved.
Yeah.
Is there any bonus to that, like a +4?
No.
Okay, so you take 12 damage.
Okay, not bad.
Then you take d8 fire damage because you ran into the fire.
Okay.
That one you take the full 7, so you take 19 damage.
1. Okay.
I'm looking at his health bar. It hardly registers, and this is some bullshit.
I just
God.
the spikes are a concentration spell. I would have to drop that on my turn unless I'm attacked, right? I can't just
Right,
drop it.
100%. Right. You do just watch him screech and just run right through the middle of it. Like, you hold up your hand to be like, wait, no, don't, and then he's just gone, and you're like, just
What the fuck
sigh.
are you- Oh, he's
Yeah.
not listening.
Yeah.
I tried to give him an out by being like, okay, he's raging, but he can still make a wisdom save. Maybe if he passes the DC, he'll notice the spikes. He did not. Take your swings, though.
He would have had to roll a 15 on
Uh,
the die to pass that.
Yeah.
I think this is normal. I don't have pack right now.
You do get the first one at advantage because of Guiding Bolt.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Here we go.
Alright, so let's go ahead.
Does he kill it? That's what I'm curious to see. That hits.
I might. It's the
It's-
halberd.
It's a possibility.
And it starts the freaking animation of doing like a freaking like a star diver. I know he won't do the actual effect,
Yep.
but
Roll the damage.
You like inner release
My
into a
God.
star diver.
that's
Oh
20
my
damage.
god.
You inner release into a star diver. That's what I see.
He actually-
You wanna know how I do this? Fucking that.
So,
Fucking that.
you guys watch Scrag absolutely ignore these, like, huge earthen spikes that, like, all of you can see it. He's, because Thrym gave you the warning, but Scrag just wasn't listening. He just runs through them all, like, jumps a solid, like, 90 feet in the air and just comes down like an explosive, little kobold. You just hear, like, ah! like the entire way down as you smashes.
You cut out. My
I hit the upper link. It'll come in on the YouTube part, but it probably won't come in on you guys. But he's just like screeching the entire way down. He just smashes into this thing. It explodes quite phenomenally. And then just Scrag is standing there like huffing and puffing and covered in gore.
So a normal Tuesday.
I will move Scrag without saying he takes any of the damage, just right there.
He doesn't take damage. He was in the air.
Yep.
It's like you did the animation of a star diver, but the little explosion there is more like a dragon fire dive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shortly after this is done, the flames begin to dissipate in the area, and you guys are free to move around.
Yeah, that bell's mine.
It takes a bit to find it. Like you were told by Thrym where it was. It's leaning against the wall. Surprisingly, it did actually get a little scorched by the flames, but it seems whatever magic this thing is made of it makes it at least mildly fireproof. You were able to like scruff off all the burnt webbing from it, and it to you it looks like an ordinary bell, though oddly made of crystal. A little jagged in places, like it was like carved from crystal rather than like some sort of glass-like bell.
Yeah, but it's important, so we're taking it.
Yep. Hold on. Where is it?
Here,
I need everyone to give me perception checks.
Okay.
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 Perception. Hi, 26. Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too.
Ooh, perceptions.
Your favorite.
That's
Yeah, I can fail this for you.
Oh, hi, 26. Nice to see you.
Yep.
As I'm looking at everyone else's rolls.
Not bad. So the rest of you are kind of still coming down from Battle High. Naz, who's had a moment to kind of really sit down and like take stock of everything. You notice that someone seems to appear from the flames.
Fucking who?
Oop. And they just kind of seem to be like, they're hanging from like one of the pillars. There's like chain going up their foot to the pillar. They're just humming to themselves as they're just like hanging upside down. You could definitely tell they were covered in webs at some point, but they definitely seem very laissez, like bare, like carefree about the whole whatever was going on. And they just kind of like, they're just sitting there just like almost like a swing, but like one of their feet are chained up to one of the like stone pillars above them, and they're just like casually hanging there. There's a ball at the top, like it's huge and made of steel.
So, like a prisoner of some type, but...
Yeah, that's what it looks like to you. They're wearing a weird mask of some kind. You can hardly tell what it is. Go dig out that character real quick.
With all the spiders dead, I will drop my shadow puppets.
Mhm.
And instead, call out to the spirits of the dead dwarves. I'm sure there's dead dwarf bodies around here somewhere. And ask the dead dwarves to bring me their possessions so I can present them to their families.
You get some... There's not many up here, but you do get, like, a few, here and there, items. There we go. That pops up that image.
Like springs, some weapons, some armor.
Copy.
What the jack-o'-lantern fuck?
Some people who've played certain games probably know what this is.
It's Jacko.
Yeah, it's a definitely collar.
We're doing the Jacko pose now, are we?
No, this is no, but this is
literally
actually
Jacko.
literally the character that pose is based off of.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as he said it was Jacko, then yeah, I recognized the Hermes go.
But yeah, that is the inspiration for this character art, but it has a couple differences to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that someone's just hanging out there, giggling a bit to herself. As you guys kind of come down from the battle high, and Thrym gets a couple of battle axes and horns, just kind of walked over to him. You all seem to notice as well this person that seems to be giggling to herself, hanging from the roof, upside down.
So are you just gonna stay up there all day, or?
It's a nice, lovely day. I don't see why I can't just enjoy the sun. Oh,
Right.
real quick, because I just remembered this was brought up earlier. You are looking for the audio file, Dungeons & Dragons Horrors Music, something's not, right.
Oh, this is what this is for.
Yep.
But
I mean, you might as well enjoy it while it's out, I guess. It's not gonna be for long. But, like, from the roof?
Well, I mean, I didn't initially start up here. I got, the big scary thing over there put me up here, but, yeah, it kept trying to kill me, and I just kept telling it, nah, not interested.
Talk about a not win attitude.
She shrugs.
Cool, so do you want us to just, like, leave you here, or?
Yeah, I guess I could use some help down. In return, why don't I tell you your fortunes?
Grim, are you tall enough?
No.
Alright, out of character. Alright, we make a giant tower of
I need
all
to get
of
my
us
deck of cards.
with Rim as the feet. And Simple make a giant tower. Simple.
I can reach you. I got mage hand.
Climb up and help her.
I got mage hand. Yeah, I cast mage hand. I just have the mage hand walk over, grab the web, and rip it out.
It's not the web so much as where it's chained up to the thing, but yeah, it's able to, with a little bit of effort, like, disentangle the chain, and she kind of falls haphazardly to the ground. There's no grace to it. She just kind of blit on the ground, and then you just hear, like, this, like, Looney Tunes, like, whistling noise before, like, the ball to her chain slams down right next to her.
Like, the fortune didn't really matter, but I figure if you were stuck, it probably wouldn't be good for you to stay stuck.
Oh, I chose to be here. I could have left anytime I wanted to. But I was just so interested in how the tale was playing out. It was quite sad what you had to do downstairs.
If you were up here, how do you know what happened downstairs?
How do I know indeed? And she pulls out a deck
As
of
in
cards.
yes,
And she pulls out a deck of cards and starts just, like, shuffling them like that answers the question.
I have a bad feeling about this.
As well you should.
And can I try and roll insight to get her like intentions? Like, is she having good or bad intentions?
Correct. Sure, go ahead.
Bad at this, but might as well at least try. Insight. Actually,
Let's see. Can I make this sound? I have no idea.
Vague.
I don't know if that gets picked up over the microphone or not. All right. You don't. She seems genuine. Like, you have no reason to doubt her words. Let me turn off my sound suppression. Maybe you guys can hear it better. turn it off. Try this.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
counts,
it comes
so I
there.
figured.
Yep.
Okay. So she's doing that, like, over and over again, and then doing different, like, things with it where she moves her hands around and the cards shift about. The deck looks strange to you guys. She goes, I'm not always playing with a full deck, but there's just some things that I, can see. And then she knocks on her mask. It makes a metallic noise when her hands touch the gloves, or the mask. She stands up and goes, but this isn't really the time or place to be having this kind of discussion. Why don't we make our way to the lovely little circle of protection your friend left and see what is in store for you. Plays with the cards again.
Naz is not letting this person out of her sight.
She
Joran
smiles.
pipes up. I would love to join you, but I have kin to find. I have bodies to pick up.
You wish
items to find.
You wish to go find your kin. They're here, in there, and everywhere. But so are those lovely little creatures, jealously guarding their meals. If you wish to join them, you can. But I doubt you'll find anything more than what you've already gathered. For your sake, Sir Dwarf, I recommend you vacate with what little you've managed to get already. Pressing your luck anymore will have it, well... She pulls out a card, and on it you see the Hanged Man. Or no, not the Hanged Man. You see it looks almost like a tarot card in the shape of a deck of cards, but you do see, like, clearly on the card, almost as if it's a threatening gesture, the word death, as well as what looks like a Grim Reaper. And as you stare at it, the Grim Reaper seems to shift and change to look like your ancestor spirit.
Ah.
She then spins the card around and like holds out her hand, and the card shuffles around and lands back in the deck.
Yep. He sighs and does a ancestors, please forgive me for not getting the rest of it. Kind of thing.
She smiles and starts to skip. You notice the ball and chain, like, very easily and casually bouncing along behind her as she kind of leads the way. You guys make it back downstairs, and it seems like a couple of the shroud spiders seem to show up as if they're coming to investigate. And the only reason you know that there were shroud spiders is because she just casually flicks her wrists, and like two bolts of what seem as if they are the same kind of chaotic energy that Cerberus was using on Scrag, just casually removes two of those spiders out the way. She then continues to skip down the stairs, and you every step with a chained thunk, thunk, thunk noise as the
Really, that ball would be going ahead of her at this point.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes she spins around, pirouettes, and kicks it ahead, and then lets it pull her along with it. I'll move us back to the proper map for this. And pop her out here. She actually is already on this map. It was funny because I kept saying it was auspicious where you guys kept putting yourself because she was standing right there the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Like on the map specifically, not on
Yeah.
focus being. Why didn't it drag me there? I was hoping to save myself some time. As you guys make your way out, you like lose track of her for the like barest of moments as she crosses the threshold behind, And then suddenly she's sitting in the safety circle with a very confused looking Itra, and there's like a table and chairs, and there's like fortune tellers like orb making like weird misty like motions in it. Like she's gone full crazy fortune teller on you.
Boy.
She giggles as you guys come out, and she's like, "Oh, I've been super waiting to meet more of the deck and see just what players have in store for me." And she like makes out a little like giggle as she does so. The mask seems to be moving and making these emotions, by the way. Like her eyes move and shift as if she's like looking around. The lips curl, and as they laugh, the whole thing moves. Like it's as if the mask is the face.
Mm-hmm.
Shuffling out, she begins to place down cards. As she does this, before you have a chance to reply, you feel compelled to pull up to the chair, to the various chairs she has.
Is there a roll we can make to resist this?
You can try, but I'll tell you that you will fail.
Okay, fine.
She smiles at you and she deals out a pair of cards to each of you. Aurum, as you turn over your cards, you see the 7 of Rams. And then you see the King of Rams. In the 7 of Rams, you see yourself in a forest. At your feet is a dead wolven. As you stare at it, sometimes the wolven comes alive as if to strike you down, and others it shifts to have more arrows in its head than before. You look confident, strong, suave, and in control. But when it shifts to look as if it attacks, you look frightened and scared like a child. In front of you is the King of Rams. You recognize this king. This is the King of Sesren. However, he is shifting, changing, mutating.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. I heard 7 and then nothing else.
Okay. Before you is the 7 of Rams. In the 7 of Rams is a picture of you. However, as you stare at it, the picture changes. On one end is you looking strong and suave with a wolven at your foot and arrows in its head. In another, you see yourself as a young child, with the wolven reaching up as if to strike at you, fear evident in your face. In the other card, upside down, is the King of Rams. This one, at the facing towards you, is the picture of the royal king as you know him, and then it shifts to change into this weird bestial monstrosity you have never seen before. In its eyes are crimson dusks, and growing from its head are 2 long, elongated, asymmetrical horns. Did you hear me that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Flicked in front of Itra is 2 cards. One card is the 6 of Masks. Inside, on that page, is a picture of Scrag. Buried in, deep in a garden of lush greens, with a guardian angel seemingly standing behind him, seemingly teaching him as he goes. As you stare at the card more, the face of this guardian seems to change, becoming more malevolent, strange, and evil. It seems to scream out that it is looking at a pawn that it cares nothing for and never really thought of it as anything more than a useful tool. Flipping over the other card, Itra eagerly looks, and there is the Queen of Tomes. She seems to be lost in a world of books, seemingly pulling from a library, moving constantly. Behind her is a shadow that seems to be drinking deeply from her, as if pulling out any knowledge. Fear grips this queen's face deeply, as if drawing in, as if it fears what it has forgotten. As you stare, though, the picture changes to one of a seemingly royally garbed librarian who seems to be casually reading books without fear or worry. Flipped before Naz, there are 2 cards. Hold on, I'm looking through my cards. I actually have a deck specifically for this.
Nice.
Trying to find the other one. Are all of that suit up ahead? Oh, there they all are. Which one was this one again? So, before you is the 7 of Masks. You stare down. It's fine. I'm gonna actually clip out this recording specifically so that I have it later, but absolutely. Before you is the 7 of Masks. Again, it's you in a deep alley, bow drawn, staring at a noble of familiar countenance, the one that you can't quite make out. It shimmers and shades into what appears to be a very young you, though there seems to be some sort of disfiguration along its hands and feet as it sits there begging for coin. Next to you is the Queen of Crows, and on it stares back at you a picture of Olian. She looks in her prime, young and eager, but as you stare, it changes and shifts to the scene of her funeral, and your card in front of you starts to shimmer and flat and turn to ash. You hear a giggle at that and goes, "Oh yes, like I said, I'm playing with only half a deck." And the person in front of you giggles. Bjorn turns and reads his 2 cards. Whatever he sees does not seem to be reflected back at you guys, but it causes him to turn pale and fearful. Bari, before you is the 6 of Angels. You stand triumphant before your convent, looking every bit the hero you dreamed to be. It then shimmers and fades to you in the slums of Sesrin, surrounded by despair as you see yourself slowly paling and turning into that of a faceless. Scrag. You don't quite understand what's going on, but in front of you are 2 cards. One of them is the 6 of Ramps. On it, you see yourself, but this weird picture keeps changing. One is you in your full fury, much like you were destroying monsters and beasts and all the nasty things. Each image seems to shift to grow like nastier and nastier beasts that you slay. But sometimes the image fades and it's you in a rage, and nearby you see Brim on the ground, Falry on the ground, Naz on the ground, you covered in their blood. The next card in your hand is the King of Hammers. In it stares an old man, white of beard, pink of eye. He seems regal and honorable, but there is something gnawing deep at his deep into him. Something growing like a cancer inside. Rim. Before you is the 8 of stars. You see yourself on the path, following the stars once more. Then it shifts and shimmers. You're not quite sure what you see, for all is black. And this gives you a feeling of lost and loneliness. On your other card is the Jack of Wings. In it, you see a glorious-looking Asamar, long of wing, righteous of nature. It reminds you of Lady Ullian in her prime. But the card shifts, and if not for an interaction earlier, you would not have noticed the symbol of Vork's carved into her chest, blood-red eyes raging as she destroys the city around her. The person before you giggles and laughs, and she turns to Naz and goes, "Oh, I apologize, I gave you the wrong card." She shuffles again and flips a card, but she puts this so that everybody can see. In it, you see on the corners a black J and what looks like to be Lady Ullian. There are 2 hands, one on each side of the card. One a glorious, lustrous gold, the other a dark, foreboding black. And there are strings that pull down, each that seem to covet and pull. As you look, the fingers seem to move, and with it, Lady Ullian seems to move and shift with each pull of the string. She looks lost and scared in some instances. In other instances, she looks in control as if she moves the hands herself. This shifts and shimmers goes back constantly. And she is like, "You guys are more than your average players in this game. You are not a simple 1, or you're not a simple 2 or 3, or even a 1. You are meant for something more. Even the lowliest 7 or 6 can win a hand of poker." She shuffles the deck, and she spreads all the cards and then flips them. You see that there is no consistency in these cards. She has 2s and 3s here, but there's not a 2 of wings nor a 2 of crows. She seems to have some almost a full suite of jacks, queens, and kings, but there's a few missing from there too. For instance, the Queen of Crows is very noticeably gone. She
turned to ash in my hands.
Yeah. She swipes the deck and it swings around. The cards flipping click, 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 click as they swap, and a single card slides out from it. It has a red J. Red J on the top and the bottom. On it is also 2 hands, but there are no strings from there. Instead, what you see is the person before you giggling like mad as she holds the strings going back to the hands. In some instances, you can see where it looks like the hands have pulled free. In others, you can see that the hands are dancing to her will. I have slept for a long time, and I thank you for waking me. I have my role to play as much as she does. And each of us is the key to ending it all. If you wish to help her, you will need to end the Monarchs' madness. If you wish to help me, you need to end the Black Joker. She giggles to herself. Though I know you more favor her camp than mine. Let me be clear. There is no... I am the Red Jester, the bringer of dawn. She is the Black Joker, the bringer of dusk. There is no guarantee helping her will end the decay that has taken root in this world. But help me, and I can help you end the darkness. You may now speak.
Naz stands up. Her hand is on the table. She's like, we're just supposed to believe you?
The chair falls back with a noticeable audible crash, and she giggles and goes, "No, you're not." She then shuffles the deck and continues to play around with it and goes, "But you have no reason to distrust me either. Your friend is moving to a tune that you've already seen, one that she can't always control. She has a strong determination, that's for certain, and I wish her the best in luck, but she has no way to know how to end this age of darkness. I have already done it twice."
Anyone else have any words?
Thrym is clutching the crystal that holds his star map, and he says, "The threads of fate are many. Yours are but one set of paths."
Indeed. And she flicks a card over to Thrym.
He looks at it somewhat reluctantly and kind of sneering at it.
It's the Black Jester, but it's different this time. In it, you see a fear of yours about this new Alien. It is her sitting on a throne of corpses. At its feet are yours and everyone dear to you. Both everyone here as well as that of your herd and the various people that you have come close to over the years. In it, also in it, is the Red Jester. Her mask still that of a laughing devil. And she seems to be sitting as a queen upon a throne of death. When you stare at it again, it changes once more. This time, you see Lady Olean in the distance. She seems to be lonely, resolute, but without guidance. She's standing before a dawn, and in it you see yourself. You're much older than than you are now. Your hand on her shoulders. You see the graves nearby of others here. The most notable name you see on it being Naz, and you can kind of make out scratches that seem to indicate Falry, Orem, Scrag, Ishra, you're used to the sight, having lived so long. In it, you notice the marks of the branded burned deep into your body, but still haven't really taken as deep a root as it can. And you are speaking what seems to be words of encouragement to a deeply tired Olean, who seems to be nodding and listening to every word. In it, you see the Red Jester's mask leaning against a gravesite, as if an honored foe. And then it shifts and shades, showing many different potential futures. Some Lady O is alive, others she is dead. Some are darkest timelines you would never share with anybody at the table. Others, they are brilliant futures of innovation and kindness. And eventually, staring at it begins to hurt your eyes, and you place the card on the table. To everyone else, it still looks as if Lady Owen being a puppet.
We do have a question from Atra as well.
And tell you're good at magic, yes. Who are you, Masked Lady, and how you live so long? It's easy to live a long time when you've never been born. I do not live this mortal coil in the same way that even your branded do. Much like your Lady Olean does not live in this mortal coil the same way that you do. Oh, I apologize. It came out that her name was Adria. I live separate from your world, but not part of it. I only am allowed to enjoy these dark days.
Naz is gonna keep the fact that she just said Adria out loud to herself.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she said Adria out loud with no repercussions. And that was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Did Itra's patron have any comments during all of this? Your patron has been silent, and Pickett looks terrified, but cannot say or do anything at the moment. I'm still shuffling cards for fun.
Well, Falre's just like messing with her holy symbol. Just unsure what to do.
Brim's eyes narrow very visibly at the mention of the word Adria, but he kind of remains quiet.
So the same thing as Naz right now.
Yeah.
They're both just like, no.
You keep her name out of your mouth.
Are we done here?
Yes, we're quite done. I believe enough time has passed. And you look, and actually you can see like a couple of like noticeable things, like as if time has stopped. I like that term. Keep my lady's name out ya dang mouth. God dang mouth. She's like, yes. I suspect that you will not see what I have gifted you for now. But do heed my warning seriously. Olean is not in control of her fate. And as much as I play at it, she flicks the red gesture card again. This time the opposite is showing. Rather than it showing her controlling the hands in fact control her. And you have one glimpse of a beautiful human woman's face before it's like shifted back behind the mask. The face you see is one of absolute horror. before it seems to slowly turn and shift and change back to her being in control. Just understand that this is the end game of the age. The rulers of these nations, one by one, are beginning to fall prey to their despair. Pray that you do not yourselves give in to... I lost that name. This was going so well until I forgot it. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? It's in this one. Pray you do not fall victim to Dracia's will. And the saying of the name, time snaps back into focus. You feel the wind begin to blow across your face. It seems as if a storm is brewing in the distance. Shadows begin to kind of shimmer and shake. And before you can even get another word in edgewise, she's gone.
She and her fucking table and chairs, I hope.
Yeah, no, the table and chairs are actually still there.
What happened? I need to live it.
Dark swamp ambience is the noise now. Though it will be wrapping up shortly.
Yeah.
Thrim uses his trunk to throw his chair.
Valid response.
Just what you saw specifically, Contagion, what Bjorn saw, has left him literally speechless. Yeah. All of the cards are missing that you guys have, save each one that holds your guys' image. You guys have each of your cards as a item that you get to keep. Yeah, so I think on that note, we'll wrap it up for now. I don't really have anything else to add. This was kind of the final thing. You have been introduced to the Monarchs madness. It is very specifically multiple Monarchs. Lady O has changed her role, though. Whatever she was supposed to be before, she isn't anymore. If people have questions, I'm willing to take them. Each arc, ram, tomes, masks, each of those has a purpose to them. They show a type of creature. It will take investigations for you guys to learn what's what.
I think I'm the only one who got a masks card, aren't I?
You're the only one that got a masks, and as far as you know, you're the only one. You're the only mask card that came up. There was also one additional suite that was not shown at all.
That's true, yeah.
Mine was an angel, and I forget the other one.
Yeah. So there was rams, crows, masks, tomes, angels, and hammers. And then there's another suite. There's another suit you saw but didn't get a good read on. And then
literally just at home as you're wrapping up.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then there are two jesters, one in red and one in black. And that kind of, sort of, leaves us where we're at. It gives you guys some things to ponder. But there's really, like, you guys, more or less, she leaves before the spiders decide to get brave enough to come and confront you. You guys get the cart together and get moving. It's still pretty early in the day, so you're actually able to get a good distance, and it seems that with the sun's return, most of the
I have a question. Do we get to keep the cards, or
you get to
do
keep
we
the
just
cards.
collect-
They're yours to keep. You can leave them behind if you
Oh.
want to.
The card that had our image on it, we got.
Yes, you do not get to keep the royals cards that you have. The Jack, the Queen, the Kings, all those are gone. But you do get to keep the card with your face. As a reference, Orem and Scrag were Rams. Scrag was a 6, Orem was a 7. Etra was the only Tomes, being a 6. Naz was the only Masks, being a 7. Balri was the only Wings, being a 7. And Thrym was the only Stars, and he was an 8.
I'm gonna add that to my inventory.
Actually, that was the other one. So you did see Stars. So you guys did see Stars. That was last week. I forgot about that.
That is an excellent idea, by the way. I have 2 things I have to add to my fucking inventory.
Yep.
Which is
The Lady Olean's cloak and yes. Any other questions before I wrap up?
Stupid one. Can we level up?
Yes, but we'll do that later.
Okay.
And then
You-
it was a 7 of masks. Terrible.
You were the 7 of Masks, yes.
Was fun.
Thank you for being here, by the way.
Yes, thank you for coming, by the way, Contagion. If you're curious, yours was the 7 of Crows.
I figured.
Yeah, you know kind of where I stole 4/7 of the reference.
Sherm, I will have you know when my friend has that as their entrance noise.
Also, not gonna lie, I completely bowed out after the fight was over. After doing the, I pick up all my buddies.
Yep. You were here, so I included you in it, but there's a reason why yours was pale, and that's because he has something he has to go do now.
Yeah, I was paying attention, but not paying attention, so I missed like 90% of this.
Yeah.
And then my brain was like, hey, wait, you're supposed to be paying attention. And then I tuned back in just in time for... And is there any other questions that y'all want to do? No, Pim and Naz are just kind of staring daggers at Jacko. What happened?
Don't fucking worry about it.
Yep.
So I was like, well, I kind of missed everything anyways. I'll just stay quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I missed everything because the internet just kept clicking in and out.
I will probably not tonight because it's already getting towards 1:30, but tomorrow I'll go find this section and I'll post it so you guys, for anyone who missed it, can review it. Scrag, any questions from you?
Not that I can think of right now. Should there be?
No, I just was curious if you had any questions before I wrapped up and we did the thing. So yeah, that's game. That's Prelude to the Monarchs Madness. How did you guys enjoy it? I worked really hard on it, so I hope it came out really good.
It did. It
did.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what comes out of the campaign in 6 months.
Yep.
Thank you for letting me murk the boss.
Listen, whoever earns the merc gets the merc, but if you do, you get to say it however you want to end it.
I'm so glad I tuned in just in time to hear Koji's big moment.
Yeah. It was
Yay.
Loved it. Enjoyed watching it. Enjoyed playing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sad I'll probably never get to come back, but
You'll probably
That's how
come back as a guest when the reasons why Bjorn was pale comes up again.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed the character interactions. I enjoyed the vigor that you guys took with the discussions about your characters' backgrounds. I will admit that, and this might make Contagion a bit sad because he's been in several of my games, but this is probably the group I've been most excited to run for in a very long time, and as much as he hates to hear it, I've been talking nonstop about how excited I am to run this campaign.
he has been, but damn.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
With me in the group?
Not even. I'm sorry.
Nah, I can't.
Listen, I'm
Suffer.
just sad we have to wait as long as we do, but
I will
Mhm.
cope seethe and mauled.
Look, that's my fault, Kendo, so.
I know. I completely understand.
I hope you all enjoyed Bjorn.
I
and
loved him.
not RP.
Really cool.
Naz needs a drink.
He's got some.
Yeah, Bjorn
Naz
means your
needs.
blessing.
Let's just say the
Descriptions.
say-
Take it to.
All right.
Farley doesn't drink. She wishes she did.
Naz needs
uh,
drinks.
If
Plural.
Lusha allows it, it is a flask of endless ale.
Yep. No, that's fine.
And I will give it to the party. Because clearly y'all are going to need this more than I will. Because I'm not going back into any fucking spiders.
That's fair.
The next morning, Scrag and Eater are talking. What happened if a flag of endless hell? I drank it all.
Yeah,
And
that's a
you're somehow-
dangerous thing to give to a Loxodon.
Okay, Naz is holding on to this.
It is a quality dwarven ale with a dwarven rune on the inside of the flask inscribed to endlessly refill it.
Yep. It's a common magical item among dwarves, but very rare outside of it.
Yep.
There are people who are off limits from this.
Yes, it's everyone who's not a dwarf. Ironically enough, Lady Ullian in life was gifted one. She got to see why Thrym said, just made the comments, that, yeah, there's a reason I shouldn't drink from this.
You know what, Bjorn? You keep it. I don't trust anyone here with that, including myself.
Okay.
Alright. Well, thank you
hear
guys.
You hear a bunch of reptilian hisses and boos from the corner.
Oh, can it, you two?
Alright. Well, thank you guys so much for this. I hope this has gotten you excited for the campaign going forward. My plan is to make it a once-a-month campaign. That way we can just pick a Sunday that we can fit it in, and then it just goes there. But that's going to be the goal, and we're going to try to keep it to 4.5 hour sessions rather than the 5 to 6 hours these one-shots have been. They're a little bit more... I can actually stop at certain points in a longer form campaign that I can't exactly do in these one-shots.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I have a question for you, Lusha.
is it an on-stream question or an off-stream question?
It's a whenever question.
Alright, let me wrap up the stream real quick, and then you can ask the question. I just need to get to the end screen and say goodbye to everyone, and then I'll answer it. 2 seconds from you guys. Let's just... Whoop, whoop. So thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed the Prelude to the Monarchs Madness. Tune in tomorrow for some more streaming, and the rest of the week there might not be a stream on Wednesday. It's Christmas, and I probably will take the night to spend time with Chelsea, but maybe we'll do something on Thursday to make up for it. But next stream will be us going back to our usual Final Fantasy XIV raids. So thank you guys for coming. Hope you enjoyed. We'll catch you next time.